What a finish. What a man.
The drum roll finishes, and the target is hit.
And that was it.
And it comes on finals night, and it's a knockout
Players, Dirty Harrison! Van Velzen!
Hello, good afternoon. Welcome along to the MODUS Super Series here from the live lounge in Portsmouth. It's Friday and it is time for the final day's worth of action in Group C. Thursday was a really intriguing affair. It was tight right up until the finish, and this is the best of the action. We had 4-ton plus checkouts the last time he was here. Is he going to deliver one here? Double top for the 117. For the break of phone, a 2-0 lead.
Now he's on 104. Let's see if it makes a difference. It doesn't.
And Jeremy Fagg to steal this game. He's looking at the 127. And he's going to get a dart in his hand, a 88. To pinch it from Jamie Kelling.
I've said it about 4 times today. Last dart of the bullseye. Gives you a 2-darter.
Game on indeed. It's Sam Spivey that leads the way, having won 4 from 5 on Thursday afternoon. Alexander Mashek of Czechia and Mike Warburton are both on 6 points. Jamie Kelling and Jeremy Fagg feel like they could have, perhaps should have had more than 4 points on the opening day. Now, Cullerton with just that solitary win does put himself into play, but he's 4 points back from a qualifying spot. We're going to be watching all of the action on this Friday afternoon in the company of the asset Paul Nicholson. Sam Spivey top of the table, 8 points to his name, perhaps the deserving leader going into Friday's action.
Yeah, his Group C record is not bad. When he's played in a group situation like this, he's 13 wins from 15. And it just goes to show how comfortable he is with the time slot, with the people he's playing against. And yesterday, at times, he looked untouchable.
He looked untouchable, and the bookies think he's untouchable as well, because he's 4-7 on to go on and win the group. Just a quick observation on some of those players elsewhere in the betting, Nico.
Yeah, I think Jamie Kelling's pretty good as far as the position is concerned. If he can be a little bit sharper on the outer ring today, there's no reason why he can't spring forward. So maybe a little bit of value there. But I have a funny feeling it's going to be a fight between Kelling and Mashek and Warburton, and there's going to be some really intriguing contests today.
Does it feel like head-to-heads will really come into play?
Oh, yeah. And that's what we want on a Friday, because we want to see who's going to join Conan Whitehead on Saturday. If you want to be there, you're going to have to win the key head-to-head.
It is 18 plus. It is gambleaware.org if you can have a flutter on the Super Series today. And Sam Spivey is involved in the first game of the session. He takes on Jeremy Fagg of Australia. And early on today, I caught up with the man from Scarborough. Sam, top of Group C going into day 2. How pleased were you with your performances yesterday?
Yeah, I was really pleased. I felt like I grounded out quite a lot of results. It's a tough group and a tight group, which you can see from the table, to be fair.
Really good performance against Mike Warburton at the start. Did that kind of set the tone for you for the day ahead?
Yeah, I feel like you always want to play well that first game, because it can set you up for the rest of the day. And yeah, it was a good start, I suppose.
Last time you were here, you were very successful in Group C. What is it about this environment that just seemingly brings the best out of you?
I think it's just a great setup. As long as you can control your nerves, that throw up there is brilliant, and the back room and everything about it. It's just a great setup to be involved in, really.
In terms of yourself, beginning of the 2025 season, saw you at Q School, saw you at Challenge Tour. What's the goals? What's the aims? What does 2025 look like for you in a darting sense?
Just keep progressing and competing in everything that I can, really. Q School didn't go great, but Challenge Tour, it's a long season. It's a good competition to be involved with, and yeah, just see where it goes.
Go well. Wish you all the best. Good luck, Sam.
Cheers, mate.
Sam Spivey in action in the first game of the session. He takes on Jeremy Fagg. This was the last game yesterday, and it was quite a good contest. Sam Spivey winning in a last leg decider, average in excess of 98. He bookended his session really well yesterday. did the young man from Scarborough, 29 years of age, making his second appearance. And Group C seemed to be a happy hunting ground for him. Won 9 out of 10 in his previous appearance in this group. And he could potentially do that again here if he goes through the card today. Up against Jeremy Fagg, the 46-year-old from Brisbane in Australia. Jezza looking to make it through to a first finals night. He played a couple of times in his previous appearance here. He played back-to-back weeks because of the trek over from Australia. But if today doesn't go to plan, then he will be heading on a flight across the globe, unsuccessful in his quest here at the Super Series. Owen Binks has been jet-setting this morning. He told me that he was awake at 3 o'clock in the morning to head from Belfast over to Portsmouth to officiate today's action. I can tell you one thing, that Paul Nicholson was not up at 3 a.m. grabbing a flight to be here. But it's great for him to be here nonetheless. How are you, Paul?
Yes, not bad. Eager to see who's going to kick forward in this group.
62.
And even someone like Jeremy, on 4 points in 5th position, has got to be feeling positive about the possibility of being in the top 2 by the end of the day. And even Niall Cullerton yesterday, winning his last match with some key shots in the last 2 legs. He's not out of it. But the further down the table you are, the more work you've got to do, obviously.
140.
Well, even Niall Cullerton on 2 points is not out of the equation, but he's got a lot of work to do today. For Sam Spivey, the situation is simple. If he repeats what he did yesterday,
59.
nobody can stop him. 16 points will automatically qualify him through. He realistically probably will get through if he gets to 14 points and he wins 3 matches from 5 today.
96.
Well, if I may say so, I think he played well 3 times yesterday. The other 2, not so much. It was very up and down. Averaged 101 in his first game, then went down to an 84.
59.
Then it was back up to a 90 and then down to a 79. That game he had with Jamie Kelling was a bit forgettable. But then against Jeremy yesterday, that was a tremendous game.
135.
98.05. If he finds more of that stuff, he will be here on Saturday night.
Well, Jeremy, who's got off to the quickest start of the pair, leaving himself on 68 after just a dozen
58.
darts on the Spivey
Jeremy
throw.
Red
Has to
Wise,
find a break
68.
at some point in this contest, so perhaps no better time to get it than the opening leg. But if he's going to get it, he's going to need to find the bull. No problemo.
shot the
A perfectly
first
pinned
leg.
bullseye right in the
Jeremy
middle of the
Fagg.
bed, and Jeremy Fagg gets the break and leads 1-0.
Second leg is Jeremy to throw first. Game on.
By my reckoning, that's his first ton plus finish of the week. Sorry, his first bull finish of the week. Because majority of the time on the bull, he hasn't been that great.
56.
By the way, I'm a big fan of your early afternoon Edward Furlong impression there. No problemo. That really was a wonderful
98.
bullseye, wasn't it? And bullseye finishes like that, they make you feel good. It's a nice little shot of serotonin in your body.
96.
Because there's no better feeling than hitting a bullseye.
And as you know all too well, you can play well in the practice room, but you don't know how you're going to react to you physically on the stage. So if you can kick off with something like that, it just
60.
gives you that confidence to really move forward as the day moves along. This game 1 of 5 that the players will play today. And the top 2, following the conclusion of Friday's action in this Group C,
24.
will join Conan Whitehead in tomorrow night's final. He won Group A dramatically on Wednesday afternoon. Spivey looking for a return to
60.
finals night. Made it through, as we mentioned earlier on, in some style in this group last time. But never really made any inroads on the Saturday. I'm sure that will probably be the next part of his progression if he was to make it through this afternoon. But Jeremy
80.
Fagg is making life hard work for him in the opening couple of legs.
Yeah, first start for Sam hasn't been as good as his first round game yesterday, but we can't forget
137.
he played his first game yesterday in game 3. Today he's in the first one. You might think that doesn't make any difference. It actually does. He tore the hockey at 1:05.
58.
If you're in
Samuel
game
McGuire,
3, it's closer
146.
to 145. Another one. Would have left himself on double 16, but now he's got options.
94.
He will continue to have options when he comes back.
Well, Jeremy in these opening couple of legs is just perhaps illustrating some of the inconsistencies that has
99.
creeped into
Daniel
his
required
game this week. One good
52.
leg followed by a leg on throw where he's just about left himself on a finish after 6 visits. It's double top for Spivey.
on the
It's a
second
level
leg.
game. It's a break back for the man
Sam
from
Spivey.
Scarborough. And it's one apiece.
Third leg, it's Sam to throw first. Game on.
Do you know something? When we went to the first Perth Darts Masters about a decade ago, we were all very excited about it. I was there with the likes of
98.
MVG and Phil Taylor, Peter Wright, and one of our colleagues from the MODUS Super Series was there, Chris Murphy. Don't worry, Murph, we won't talk about the fishing trip.
139.
Uncle Nico in the house.
No, there was a fishing trip story. Trust me. But
57.
when we got there at around midnight, after a very, very long trip, we stayed in Western Australia, just outside of Perth, at a place called Scarborough.
99.
An unbelievable beach, I will say that, right on the coast. But it was cold. It was the middle of August, and it was really, really
96.
bitter. So there was no such thing as a warm beach walk. And since then, the World Series events in Australia have continued.
93.
They've been to Brisbane, they've been to Melbourne, they've been to Sydney, Perth. Now they have one in Wollongong.
Jeremy
85.
found a
Jeremy
bullseye to hit his
170.
first leg. Doesn't have to go for the bullseye now off the back of the 170 because of a misstray with dart 1 of Sam Spivey's previous visit. But it feels like one of those games which is beginning to
134.
become a bit of a break-avalon. Jeremy Fagg is doing his business against throw, which actually in this game may not be a bad thing for him because he is against the darts in this contest. He's left himself on a
Jeremy required 36.
double after 12. But Spivey's also left himself on tops. One left at double 9. If this doesn't go, he could be in trouble.
18.
What was a
Sam
good leg for
required
Jeremy could be a leg that he loses. If Spivey can pin double top, he'll find himself in front for the first time in this match. He's got a great guide there. He had
Game
plenty
shown
of
the
room
third
to
leg.
manoeuvre.
Sam
And for the first
Spivey.
time in this match, Sam Spivey has the lead at 2-1.
Fourth leg, it's Jeremy to throw first. Game on.
Jeremy did play in World Series events last year in both Australia and New Zealand, but lost out to Dimitri Vandenberg and Michael Smith.
56.
No shame in that, but when you've had a taste of events like that, you really want to get back there,
55.
especially with the World Series in New Zealand going back to Auckland this year, which is one of the best stops they've ever had in that series. That's got to be the goal when he gets back to Oz.
121.
Get back into those World Series events and keep that motivation going. Even at the age of 46, it's conceivable that the best darts are ahead of Jeremy.
174.
Was that the one you did the skydive? So you
In Auckland, yeah. They asked me to do it. Well, it was a
60.
bungee jump. There was a group of us there. Michael, Gary Anderson was there, and the PDC said, "Is anybody interested in doing a bungee jump?" And I
96.
just said, "Yeah." Put my hand straight up and I said, "Absolutely." Because if you're going to do something for the first time, you want to do it where it was created, because bungee jumps were invented in New Zealand.
100.
Well, Jeremy Fagg will feel like the parachute for him may well be dwindling in this particular match because Spivey, having
96.
capitalised on
Jeremy require 164.
3 misses from Jeremy in the previous leg to move 2-1 up, has left himself on the 2 darts if this 164 doesn't go. Another one of them leaves the bull. And we know he's already hit the bull in this match. And he almost did it again. The line was
139.
perfect, just dipped
Sammy
low.
require 80.
Okay, tops is tricky here.
40. Jeremy required 25.
He was a little bit, well, I don't want to use the word scared, but he was a bit apprehensive about the 2 flights in his way of tops there.
17.
Now there's nothing
Sam, you require
in his way.
40.
Well, Jeremy Farrick has had darts to win 3 of the 4 legs in this match. He could be 3-1 up, but he
Game's on the
finds himself
fourth
3-1 down.
Sam Spivey.
And that's a breaker throw for the man from Scarborough, who now has the darts in his hand to
Sam to throw
complete a
first.
4-1
Game
victory in the opening match of the day. Both players averaging 85 at this present moment in time. They're scoring to a fairly similar level. In fact, Jeremy's outscoring Sam. He's getting first opportunities in a
60.
lot of legs, but the big difference is in terms of the doubling, where Jeremy is 1 from 7, whilst Spivey 50% on his doubles, 3 from 6 so far.
80.
And now a leg away from picking up a win, which will put him on to 10 points. And it would open up a temporary 4-point gap to Mashek and Warburton, who
81.
find themselves on 6 points ahead of the beginning of their days. And one of them will stay on that mark because they go toe-to-toe in match 3.
140.
3 very well thrown darts there. Played in the PDC World Masters last
44.
week. Did Jeremy? He was in a group with Brett Clayton and Greg Ritchie, who we've seen here. He did beat Greg by 2 sets to 1, but lost out to Clayton by 2 sets to 0.
$97. Jeremy require 141.
This is going to have to be a concerted effort from here to get 2 valuable points. When you consider his leg difference is at -2,
59.
he needs to get something moving from the off. Doesn't look like it's going to happen. But the encouraging thing for the people with the negative leg difference in this
59.
table, of which there are 3
Jeremy
people,
require
there's not a lot
82.
between top and bottom. It's only 14 legs in total. Another recovery bullseye.
35.
3 bullseye
Sam, you
shots,
require 106.
only 1 hit.
And so it gives Sam Spivey here a match-winning opportunity with this 160. Not to be on this occasion, but he's got a lovely guide to find a treble or 2 here. Finds one of his
100.
last start.
Jeremy require
And so this
47.
is must-hit for Jeremy. 7 for tops. Back to
Game shot on the
3-2.
fifth leg.
And that is a break as well
Jeremy
for Jeremy.
Frank.
And now has the darts to take us
Six
to a
leg,
last
it's
leg
Jeremy
decided,
to
just
throw
like in
first.
this game yesterday.
Game on.
I don't know about you, Henry, but I saw Jeremy there looking a little annoyed. I think in order to take
28.
further steps when you've played in Australia for years, it's really, really tough. I think you've got to use some pretty high-profile examples of
60.
players who've come from that system, who have gone to another level. So, Damon Heta, top 10 player in the world. Simon Whitlock, top 10 player in the world.
125.
Kyle Anderson, semi-finalist at the European Championship, won on the World Series and the Pro Tour, and you can stick myself in there if you want. But the fact is, beating people in Australia
45.
is easier, on the whole, than beating people in Europe, because the talent pool is slightly better. So what I do is I applaud Jeremy
100.
for coming here and actually testing himself against perceived better players. You are going to have to find another level.
100.
If you don't, in this cycle of your career, you have to go back and you have to figure out how. And predominantly, you don't do that alone. You may need some assistance.
92.
Some people are very happy at playing their domestic level and being competitive there, but people who want to shoot forward and really get the best out of their ability,
85. Jeremy require 156.
they've got to make a sacrifice. And Jeremy is the kind of person who's willing to do that, which a lot of people haven't.
$90.
Well, you have to praise the fight back that he's put on here. He was 3-1 down. He looked like he was all but a beaten figure in this match.
101.
But he comes back
Jeremy
here
requires
for
66.
66 to take this game to leg 7. 48 left. 16 or 8. Pick your ammo. Decide 16 for double 16. We're going to go the distance. It was the story of yesterday's session in Group C, where 7 of the 15 matches went the distance. And just like the meeting between the pair on Thursday, we go all the way to a last leg decider. Spivey won this match 4-3.
Fascinating stuff, because if Jeremy does break again, he goes to 6 points
60.
and he will vault up the table. He can go from 5th to 2nd, albeit having played one more game than 4 other players. But all he can do is win one game at a time. He can't affect what the other players do when he's not playing.
100.
He's got 5 missions today. Ideally, win 5. That should be enough. In fact, it would be, because they get him 14 points.
And this is how quickly the dynamic can change. If Spivey wins this game, then he has breathing space. But if Jeremy can pick the points up, Spivey gets sucked back in.
$28.
Because there'd be a lot of players on 6 points, and Spivey would only have a cushion of 2 points. And he plays Jamie Kelling in his next match, who could be a very dangerous contender. There is a real possibility that you could have a sea of traffic on 8 points. And Jeremy Fagg is really beginning to make his move on the Spivey throw.
But what did this guy do yesterday?
140.
He found big scores
143.
towards the end when he needed them, but that one was just a little short, wasn't it? 104 left with 1.
57.
He's vulnerable.
$43. Jeremy requires
My
86.
word, that's smart. If Jeremy doesn't hit this, what Sam has just done is super smart. Let's find out if he gets a look at the 130.
46.
Started the match on the
Sam,
ball,
you
but he's not going to
require
end the match on the
130.
ball. But it's Sam Spivey going to finish on the bullseye. Needs one treble to do exactly that. That's loose. It might be worth him going high and just guaranteeing the dart of the ball here. It's exactly what he does. Bullseye for the match for 10 points. Wasn't far away.
105. Jeremy requires.
At least he was smart enough to leave that 130 to give himself the double chance at a treble. It's tops for Jeremy. And he wins from 3-1 down.
Jeremy Fagg.
He goes from 5th position in the table and he starts climbing like a rat up a drain pipe, and he's in 2nd position. Wins by 4 legs to 3 with an 87 average and 4 out of 12. That'll do as we go into game 2, which has got Niall Cullerton up against Jamie Kelling.
To happen, he'd have to hit the 81, but how much pressure? Oh, we could have back-to-back 11 darters, Paul.
We could.
Paul?
130.
Ask and ye shall receive.
Jeremy require 81.
Has to hit this by the looks of it. Double 12.
57.
Those 2 misses added to the approach play of Labanauskas mean that we could get our first hold of throw in the final. And that's what we get.
On the 5th leg.
A crushing 14-dart hold from Labanauskas.
Six bag, it's Tom to throw first.
Maybe the two
Okay.
biggest darts of this match were the darts at double 12 that missed.
Special final. Fitting
100
for a very special week. And it's far from over.
I'm only going to say this once. A matter of just a few weeks back,
100
Dutch dart player at the Grand Slam averaged record numbers and didn't win a match. In the semis and final tonight, Tom Sykes
100.
is averaging over 106.
Combined.
And he could lose this tournament.
Old vessel Neumann. That was
36.
as unlucky as that turn there.
$57.
That's not what he wanted.
Oh, it's given an outside chance. I think it's minimum ton. 140 would, or 137, a two treble visit was just what he wanted. Well, he wanted a 180, but after dart one, it's got to come down surely.
60.
I like that.
I don't mind it.
Two trebles in the same spot. Well, the 180 here would leave double four, and he loves it.
140. Tom, you've got
Advantage
144.
Labanauskas. Firmly. Because championship darts,
40.
they are sitting in his left hand right now.
Darius Shirakwaya,
And with his right hand,
48.
he could now become the Series 9 champion.
Game, shot, and the match of the Series 9 MODUS Super Series champion, Darius Labanauskas!
Darius's darting dream has come true. He's called Lucky D, but there was nothing lucky.
Welcome back to the MODUS Super Series, where before the break, Jeremy Fagg came back from 3-1 behind to get the better of Sam Spivey by 4 legs to 3. Now that moves him on to 6 points in the group, and Sam Spivey left on 8. And so Jamie Kelling here, moving against Niall Cullerton, could also move on to 6, but Niall could also play himself back into contention. Just the 2 points for the 37-year-old from Kilkenny in the Republic of Ireland. His 7th appearance here at the Live Lounge in Portsmouth, and he is looking to make it through to another final. Up against the 35-year-old from Andover, Jamie Kelling, former weekly winner in this building. Did make a final of a week back in 2024. And a good day today could see him make a real push up the table. He only amassed 4 points yesterday, but will feel like there was plenty that was left out there. His defeat to Sam Spivey could have been a different outcome. In particular, his first game yesterday against Jeremy Fagg, where he missed 4 match starts in that contest before going on to lose by 4 legs to 3. It'll be interesting to see how this pair get along on Friday afternoon. And Paul Nicholson alongside me will describe how this pair will get on this
43.
Friday.
Yeah, some things are unknown, but quite frankly,
140.
you're absolutely right about Jamie. Yesterday, he left points out there. But curiously, just to illustrate how tight this table is, we've just seen Jeremy Fagg go from 5th
29.
position to 2nd position. If Jamie Kelling wins this game, he will go from 5th position to 2nd position.
180.
As for Niall, you do fancy he's going to have to win all of his games today to make his way through. But he must get off to a better start. His start yesterday was poor.
83.
Averaged 75 in his first game. Then he would improve as the day goes on. But a slow start is something you can't afford on a Friday.
123.
Well, it's not a slow start here for JK. He's left himself on a single to double combo after 9 on for a potential 11 darter against the Cullerton throw. Who, just like at the beginning of yesterday, hasn't quite got out the traps quickly, and he could be severely punished for it. It's been a lightning start from JK. It's an 11 darter to kickstart the session. You feel like he's a player that can make some real moves on Friday, and he begins as he means to go on.
Game on.
The thing is, if you start that well, you put your opponent on the back foot. But if your opponent doesn't start well themselves and they're already on the back foot, you can push them further away. You can dent their confidence immediately. That's what Jamie's just done.
93.
So well coordinated, isn't he? With the black and yellow. And with the stage set. It's like he's meant to play here.
He said he must have bought the uniform before. It was a part of the stage set here when I spoke to him earlier on this morning. Colour coordination has been a big part of JK, synonymous
100.
with the yellow and the shirt, now reminiscent of that fact too. Yeah, actually, the first thing he said to me when I passed him in the corridor this morning was, "Yellow submarine," talking about the comments that we were making about that yesterday on commentary.
Well, yellow actually does represent happiness.
100.
Certain colours represent certain emotions. That's why a lot of people like yellow.
134.
Red is for anger, isn't it? There are plenty of dart players who wear red.
62.
Depends how you look at it, though, because there are actually negative emotions associated with yellow as well. If you dig into the psychology of things.
146.
But I like to focus on the positives. Yellow is a very happy colour. Probably got something to do with that big ball of fire in the sky. 93 million miles away. That's how far away it is.
Well, if Niall Gullerton loses this game, he may feel that far away from a qualification spot in this group. But he's got a chance to level up here at 1-1. May just be a poke of the ball, but he's got the bonus of 2 in hand, a double 14.
Game
and it goes on a level match we have. Cullerton breaks back 1-1.
Maybe that second leg illustrates the inconsistency that Jamie is trying to minimise. He left himself on 126 after 18 darts, and the previous leg he completed in 11. What you have to do if you want to be a better player is make sure that your good legs
55.
are in that range of 4 visits, but your bad ones are completed in 18. If you can do that, you've got a world-class player on your hands. I think if we were to go through the top 5 players in the world in 2024 to see how many legs they had in 7 visits or more, they would be minimal. But at this level, a lot more frequent, and I think that's the difference.
60.
I know it's a conversation that we keep harping on about when we're sat in these commentary boxes, but that's the difference between, we know the players here at the Super Series, their A game is competitive enough in any environment, in any room, and as we've mentioned a number of times, there's various examples of that. But if you're going to be competitive on the PDC Pro Tour, 5-visit legs is the worst outcome you can have. You're going to be competitive leg in, leg out. Whereas here, you can probably pitter-patter around the 6-visit range and get some joy. It may not give you joy all the time, but you're going to get a little bit more wiggle room than you will at the top level.
Yeah, I think that's why averages don't really mean anything. Yesterday we had a game where someone was averaging in the high 70s and another player was in the high 80s. One person was doing stuff in 6 visits.
134.
One person was doing stuff in 7. It's pretty simple. It's not about averages. They're just a guide. It's about visits. Now, here's the example of this.
60.
Niall is
Jamie
not on a
Rockwell,
finish after
108.
5 visits. At this level, that isn't good enough. But Jamie's on a finish after 12. And he takes the
Game
15
shot
darter.
the third
So
leg.
he thoroughly deserves to take
Jamie
leg
Kelly.
3. But the question changes now.
Full flag, it's Jamie
can he
throw
hold his throw?
first. Game on.
First ton plus checkout of the day going to Jamie Kelling. The 108 is taken. Didn't have a ton
45.
plus checkout yesterday, did Jamie? So that's his first of the week. What a time to get. I know Niall wasn't on a finish, but it may just settle him down. He's averaging here in excess of 90. He's doubling
59.
his 2 from 2. It's a very proficient start for the man from Andover.
60.
Did we get to the bottom of the Andovian argument?
No. I did have some interaction with an old colleague of mine. But I didn't know if I could take it seriously or not. I was being very cautious.
95.
Let me ask you this, Henry. I want to get your take on this. You've been around the darts circuit enough.
81.
What do you see when it comes to... Let's use these two as an example. They're busy away from darts. How can they improve to the level that they will be happy with their game with
140.
commitments like work, family, other things? How can they improve with those? And they're not distractions, they're commitments.
100.
It's finding the right balance. For a lot of players, in the case of Jamie, in the case of Niall, there's work commitments. With Jamie, we know obviously there's family commitments that he has to tend to as well. So if your time's limited, then
41.
the practice that you do, the tournaments you play, they have to be the right stuff to make sure you get the best out what you need to get out. And sometimes it can just be a case of just doing the right things to tick over. It doesn't always have to be strenuous practice. It may just be enough to say, right, I'm just going to do an hour here just to keep the arm loose, to keep things going. And sometimes short, sharp bursts can be better. And then the tournaments you play have got to be the tournaments that's going to put you in the right place to play in things like this. It's being smart about things.
The smart thing here is the bull.
56. Niall, you require.
That's one of
32.
those really close shots that gets you pursing your lips.
Game shot on the fourth.
There are going to be plenty of games like this
Niall
today.
Cullerton.
Nip and tuck.
Fifth
Well, the
leg
first
is
game went
Niall to throw
4-3. We're
first.
guaranteed a
Game on.
minimum of 6 legs in this second contest of the day. I feel like if you're going to be having a flutter today, and it is 18+, gambleaware.org in the United Kingdom, that the over 5.5 legs market may well be quite profitable.
140.
Was yesterday. Has been most of the week.
45.
Here's my 2 cents worth when it comes to people getting better. I used to play on tour with a great Welsh guy called Wayne Atwood. Really talented.
140.
He once had a great idea of having a darts escape
180.
somewhere in South Wales. Away from technology. It would be a complete haven, and it would be set up purely for darts improvement.
100.
No smartphones, little in the way of screen time. You'd spend 3 or 4 days just looking at everything to do with your game.
85. Niall, you require 121.
It was a phenomenal idea, well ahead of its time. I don't think Wayne ever did it. But I think if he did it now, he'd get takers. Because there are people who want to look at diet, hydration, preparation, practice regimes, setup, everything.
63.
And people are willing to pay a pretty penny for that kind of advice. People have done things in the past, this is my point, where they want to help. But you have to
57.
want to
I
help
require
yourself
58.
by committing to the right things to get better. But it is all subjective about what people want. Are we about to get our first hold of throw?
Game
Well,
shot
Niall
on the fifth
Cullen is
leg.
definitely starting
Niall
better today than
Cullen.
yesterday. It's still only an 80 average,
Sixth leg, it's Jamie to
but
throw
it's a very
first.
effective
Game
one.
on.
There's signs of encouragement for Niall, who pretty much echoed our sentiments when reflecting on yesterday's action. That
57.
he felt like they were going okay, but when it mattered, it just wasn't quite there. He felt like he could have got more out of yesterday's action, amassing just 2 points. But if he wins this game, despite
81.
the fact that all day long he won just one match, and it was this reverse fixture yesterday, he could be just 2 points off a qualifying spot. Okay, that's going to go
100.
up to 4 when Mashek plays Warburton. But he puts himself in the mix, but he knows he's going to have to probably win 4, maybe even all 5 he is to get through.
95.
But we are talking about someone who has missed a dart to win a week against John Henderson in a final, albeit 2 years ago.
100.
You've got to be a good person and resilient to be in a situation like that and almost succeed.
140.
If this one gets away from Jamie, he's going to be livid. Because a 4-2 scoreline for Cullerton would mean that Jamie
140.
won't hold at all in 6 legs, and that annoys dart players.
Well, this would almost be the synopsis of his week,
60.
wouldn't it?
And you require 104.
If Kelly was to lose this match. Looks like he's in a good position, but then is not able to make the hay while the sun shines. He's already had one Sun Plus chicken. He's had the 108. And he's in the whip for a
92.
while, with a double 12
Now
away
you
from
require
the 104.
125.
That looked so close. I bet he thought it was good.
$105.
He's only missed a couple of
Can he
darts at a
require
double,
12?
Jamie. He can't miss here.
Central double 6
Game
and
shot on the
found.
sixth leg.
And so
Jamie
just like
Kelly.
game 1, we go all the way. Out of a possible 14 legs we could have played in the
Seventh
first
and final
2
leg is
games of the
Niall to
day,
throw
we
first.
have played the lot.
Game on.
7 4-3s yesterday in this group. The record for a 15-game session is 11.
140.
Started with an 11 darter. He'd love to finish with one.
140.
But the problem with this position is if Niall gets a 12, Jamie's not going to get an 11.
And it's one of those situations where if you leave yourself on something handy, you get it
26.
done in 4 vis and your opponent does something better, you just have to shake the hand. But Kelling has been given a kiss of good fortune there, just a 26 on Niall.
84.
That is not a bad backup score in a position like this. He knows it could have been a little bit better.
46.
It's ragged, and Jamie's got to pounce on this right away. The darts are his.
He's feeling a little bit twitchy out there, but Jamie Kelling is shaking off the nerves. A 2 trouble score there
139.
leaves himself on a finish. First 2 a finish against the throw.
If Cullerton doesn't find trebles here, Jamie's just got to be very wise.
47. Jamie require
Pick off
138.
58 or 98 here.
$86.
That's good. That takes him into a range where he knows he can prepare for a match dart or 2.
Well, we spoke yesterday about the timing of Sam Spivey, but Jamie Kelling has come up with a big leg when he needed it the most, and for Niall Cullerton, it's been the exact opposite fortune for him in this leg 7.
54.
He's not going to leave himself on anything, and so Jamie
52.
Kelling here has got 6 starts and 52 to move himself on to 6 points. How this game could have been so different for Niall Cullerton. But Jamie Kelling will not care. He started with an 11 darter, he's finished with a 14 darter, and he has got the better of Niall Cullerton by 4 legs to 3. That win moves JK on to 6 points in the group. This the tail of the tape, a 92 average, 4 from 7 on his doubles. After the break, one of Mike Warburton or Alexander Mashek will move on to 8 points. Are you ready to lift that trophy, Darius?
Yes.
Let's do it then. Ladies and gentlemen, your MODUS Super Series 9 champion is Lucky D, Darius Labanowski!
Well, what a wonderful night of darts we have seen, and we are ready. Our champion is ready, and it's trophy time. So receive the trophy. £25,000. The new MODUS Super Series champion, the Terminator, Marvin Van Velzen. And one more time, the 8th MODUS Super Series champion, the Terminator, Marvin Van Velzen. And the new MODUS Super Series champion is Andreas Dirty Harrison. And one more time, the 7th MODUS Super Series champion. Give it up for Andreas Dirty Harrison!
The moment we've all been waiting for. Would you please show your appreciation for your Series 6 MODUS Super Series champion, Scott Taylor!
One more time, your new MODUS Super Series champion. He is Chucky. He is Jim McEwen.
Ladies and gentlemen, your MODUS Super Series champion, retaining his title, the Luke Lidlow! Welcome back to the MODUS Super Series. Before the break, Jamie Kelling got the better of Niall Cullerton by 4 legs to 3. Game 3 sees Alexander Mashek and Mike Warburton go toe-to-toe. For Warby, it was a slow start to yesterday's action, but finished strongly. Winning his last 2 has put himself on to 6 points. And a win here against the Czech would put him on to 8, level with Sam Spivey. In fact, the winner of this game will go level on points with Sam Spivey. For Sasha, the 33-year-old from Česká Skališ in the Czech Republic, making his debut in this competition and wearing the shirt of the Czechia darts team on this Friday afternoon. Very much proud of his roots and wearing the shirt of his nation. Very much heart on the sleeve on this Friday.
Nothing wrong with that. Second time he's worn an international shirt this week, and we welcome it.
First leg, it's Mike to throw first. Game on.
Time for the final push, isn't it, Henry? Because these two have been battling for the last 4 days. There is a chance that both of them can qualify
41.
for Saturday night. I suppose that's the ideal situation. Get yourself through to Saturday, and whoever joins you, let it be.
60.
Well, they say beggars can't be choosers, don't they? And they'll just be happy to get their way through, and they'll just worry about everything else when the situation arises tomorrow evening here at the Live Lounge in Portsmouth.
140.
And I just wonder whether these two will be buoyed as well by the result of the first match. Okay, it makes the table tighter, but it puts Sam Spivey back into play where if the man from Scarborough won that match, which he had led 3-1
125.
against Jeremy Fagg, he would have had a bit of a buffer, but the winner of this game may not just have an opportunity to pull clear of those below them in the group, but also an opportunity to perhaps chase top spot.
60.
What I'm going to say at this early juncture is, because we've got one person on 8 points and 4 on 6, we are not going to know someone who's qualified until round 4.
100.
This is very much a marathon today. It isn't a sprint. So many times on Fridays, we say, if you can get the first 2 rounds right, you'll be safe.
100.
That's not happening today. This is going to be drawn out because of many head-to-head battles that will see both people, if they win, in an
40.
advantageous
Michael McGuire,
position.
160.
The next game confirms that. Spivey against JK.
6 starts from here to take the opening leg, and Warburton's going to need that full allocation of time afforded to him.
81.
And those are the types of slips that you put down as unforced errors, particularly in a situation like this, because if Alexander can find another one of them, Warburton is in big trouble in this first leg, just when he looked like he was in full control of
140.
it.
Mike, you require 79.
And suddenly from here, he may only get 1 dart.
One dart it is. And
Game
one
show
dart he
the first
finds.
leg. Mike
Experience personified in one single shot.
Second leg is Alexander to throw
Sasha
first.
applied
Game
the pressure, but Warburton found the finishing touches in this opening leg. It is the man from Wales, the man from Wrexham that leads 1-0. Wrexham 1, opposition 0 is
135.
seemingly a very common scoreline these days.
I'll take your word for that.
$100.
Have you got a favourite Sasha? There are many different Sashas in different walks of life. Mine's Sasha Banks. Great lady wrestler.
100.
Big personality.
Got Sasha Baron Cohen.
Yeah,
Great success.
Very, very creative man.
60.
He was in a very good drama series with Kate Blanchett recently. Played a great part. Sasha was a DJ as well, wasn't he?
97.
I think did some famous 90s tracks. I think one of them was called Ecuador. Don't worry. 90s dance music, some of the stuff was good, but some of it was rather forgettable.
40. Alexander with 129.
Oh, it might have been Sash, you know, not Sasha.
80.
Any which way, if you want to find out the name of the artist, just head to any pop world on any given Saturday.
No, I'm going to come here on Saturday night. This is where I want to spend my Saturdays. See who wins the week.
100.
To be honest, you'll probably get the same
Alexander
playlist.
require 49.
49 then for Sasha Maszek to Level up at 1 apiece. He's got 2 darts in his hand, a double 16. Only needs the
Game
1.
shot
That's a
the second
14
leg.
darter for the man
Alexander
from
Mashek.
Czechia to level up at 1 apiece.
Third leg, it's Mike to throw first. Game on.
You said to me off the air just before this match started that that shirt reminded you of Patrick Schick. Nearly 30 years ago. I can't believe I just said that, you know. Nearly 30 years ago, when the Czech Republic were in the final of Euro 96. That was 30 years ago. Unbelievable. That shirt reminds me of Karol Poborski.
100.
You think Mark Cucurella at Chelsea's got a good hairstyle. Look at Karol Poborski. Back in the mid-90s at Manchester United and playing for Czechia as well. That was
125.
well before Mark Cucurella.
Some of the perhaps the most infamous line that Des Lynam's ever delivered in his career before England played Germany in the semi-finals. Hello, you must have heard that there was a football match on tonight. Not as good as his "shouldn't you be at work" line before England played Tunisia in France '98.
He lives just down the road, doesn't he, Des?
Yes.
Lives in West Sussex.
As does Jeff Stelling. He's not too far from here.
100.
Unbelievable bloke is Jeff.
Thanks, Captain Obvious.
Well, Warburton here in charge. It feels like perhaps one of those games where the player throwing first is going to hold all of the aces. And perhaps, I'm going to say that line again, we could have another last leg decider because this game looks as if it's tiptoeing all the way
41.
towards a brink. Even at this early stage, it just feels like this pair are cancelling one another out. It's a high-quality contest, both players averaging in excess of 90.
70.
But we're getting
Mike, you
scruffy
require
moments in leg 3.
135.
This is where you don't go bull first. And that's why Mike isn't. He let it get 95 scored. 95, Mike. Not 96.
95.
Very good stuff. He was able to just rein it in and realise where he was.
$55. Mike, you require 40.
Double top to move 2 onto the good. Down for 10s. In it
Game on the
goes.
third leg.
2-1 Warburton.
Mike Warburton. Fourth leg, it's Alexander to throw first. Game on.
He's been there. He's done it. But one weekly title over the last 2.5 years? I think Warby would probably say,
55.
I feel like I should have had more than that. But a certain Andreas Harrison has done for him more than once before.
Well, his last 3 appearances here, Mike Warburton has made it through to the final and he's lost all 3 finals by 4 legs to 3.
140.
A couple to Andreas Harrison and sandwiched in the middle of that, Adam Paxton.
Well, that was a week.
Oh,
You look at that week now, in retrospect, it looks better now than it did back
100.
then. And it still looked incredible.
well, it's more tour cards thrown out there like confetti at a Greek wedding. This is the lineup from that week. Adam Paxton won it. He's got a tour card. Victor Tingstrom has a tour card. Wesley Plaisir has a tour card. Andy Bolton has a tour card. Aidan Cook nearly got a tour card. Jared Cole,
60.
Harry Gregory, Cam Crabtree has a tour card. Clu Bevan, improving player. Scott Marsh has got pedigree. And Ben Payne is an improving player.
28.
That actually might go down as one of the most competitive weeks we've ever had here.
It felt good at the time, and it's probably going to go, in retrospect, as
100.
one of the best weeks we've ever had.
Well, that was months ago, Henry. That was in Series 8, right? So the fact that we're still talking about it now just goes to show how great it was.
99.
Warburton feels like he's getting the better of the scoring stakes here. He left 135 in the previous leg, had the luxury of approaching and then hitting the double. This time,
60.
Sasha's just a
Mike
little
require
closer.
134.
He might still have the luxury of hitting, say, a 94 to lead tops.
$58. Alexander, you
He is
require
displeased.
126.
Now that won't do. But a nice, clean, crisp 76 out would do Mike the world of good.
94. Mike, you require 76.
Everybody is fighting for that second spot in this first round of matches today.
Game shot on the
That is
fourth
exactly
leg.
what he wanted.
Mike
A
Warburton.
3-1 lead. And Warburton, at the end of round
Fifth leg,
one,
it's Mike
could
to
be
throw
going
first.
to
Game
second
on.
position. And that's the strange thing about this round. Let's say Warby wins from here. We could have had numerous people in second position through one
60.
round of play. Jeremy Fagg started in 5th. Then he went to 2nd. Now he's in 4th. Jamie Kelling started his day in 5th. Then he's
60.
gone to 2nd. Now he's in 3rd, with Warburton jumping both of them.
Never underestimate Mike Warburton's capacity to pull something out the bag.
Make a good postman then.
100.
Game 10 yesterday, when he took on Noel Cullerton, we said he could be in trouble if he loses. He won that game, and he has won every game thereafter. And sadly, from a position of peril, he finds himself in a position
140.
of strength. If he can see off Sasha here, he'll move on to 8 points, level with Sam Spivey, who takes on Jamie Kelling next, who's already got a 4-3 win under his belt. And remember, Spivey's already
85.
lost once today. There's a possibility that this group could be an absolute minefield if certain results move in certain directions.
It already is.
60.
Wherever you go, there's trouble. If in doubt, just keep winning. Sounds easy. It isn't.
100.
And there's a risk also that some of these great technicians in this group are going to try too hard. All of the hard yards you do, they were in the first hour of practice.
100.
Once you're
Mike,
loose,
you require 156.
just go out there and play and trust yourself.
For the match, the 156 isn't going to go, but how handy is Warburton going to leave it here? Could do with trouble leaving himself on a single to double.
100.
Does exactly that.
Alexander
Forces
require
Sasha here
141.
to take out the 141 to save it.
The doubling in this game has been very accurate. Alexander's had 2 darts and hit 1.
100.
Mike has
you
had
require
4 shots and hit 3.
56.
One more job.
And that is to finish the game off. And he does so
Game
convincingly
shot
on
of the
double
match.
top.
Mike Warburton.
Well, in game 10 yesterday, Mike Warburton was in a bit of trouble. But now he's won 4 games on the bounce. And not just has he won the match, he's also nicked his opponent's sticker. Anything goes here at the Live Lounge in Portsmouth. Warburton 4, Smashek 1. Coming up after the break, it's Kelling against Spivey.
For that to happen, he'd have to hit the 81. But how much pressure? Oh, we could have back-to-back 11 darters, Paul.
We could.
Paul.
130.
Ask and ye shall receive.
You require 81.
Has to hit this by the looks of it. Double 12.
57.
Those 2 misses,
Darius to require
added to the
55.
approach play of Labanauskas, mean that we could get our first hold of throw in the final. And that's what we
Game
get.
shot on the fifth leg.
A
Darius
crushing 14 dart
Labanauskas.
hold from Labanauskas.
Sixth leg, it's Tom to throw first.
Maybe the 2
Game
biggest darts of this match were the darts at double 12 that missed.
Special final. Fitting
100
for a very special week. And it's far from over.
I'm only going to say this once. A matter of just a few weeks back,
100
Dutch dart player at the Grand Slam averaged record numbers and didn't win a match. In the semis and final tonight, Tom Sykes
100.
is averaging over 106.
Combined.
And he could lose this tournament.
Old vessel Nyman. That was
36.
as unlucky as that turn there.
$57.
That's not what he wanted.
Oh, it's given an outside chance. I think it's minimum ton. 140 would, or 137, a two treble visit was just what he wanted. Well, he wanted a 180, but after dart one, it's got to come down surely.
60.
Like that.
I don't mind it.
Two trebles in the same spot. Well, a 180 here would leave double four, and he loves it.
140.
Advantage Labanauskas. Firmly. Because championship darts,
40.
they are sitting in his left hand right now.
Darius Shirakwaya,
And with his right
48.
hand, he could now become the Series 9 champion.
Game, shot, and the match of the Series 9 MODUS Super Series champion, Darius Labanauskas!
Darius's darting dream has come true. He's called Lucky D, but there was nothing lucky.
Welcome back to the Modus Live Lounge here in Portsmouth. Resplendent on this Friday afternoon, and we've seen 3 darting duels already in this Group C session. Before the break, Mike Warburton got the better of Alexander Mashek by 4 legs to 1, averaging just under 90 in
First
that
leg is
contest, 4
Jamie
from
to
5
throw
on his
first.
doubles. Game
Game
4
on.
sees Jamie Kelling and Sam Spivey go toe-to-toe. Both players went the distance in their first matches of the day. Jamie Kelling getting the better of
95.
Niall Cullerton 4-3, whilst Sam Spivey let a 3-1 lead slip against Jeremy Fagg. And so that means the complexion in this table is much tighter than perhaps the man
55.
from Scarborough would have liked. He could have gone 4 points clear of third place going into this round of fixtures, but if he loses to JK here, then we're going to have a three-way tie on 8 points. And it feels like
180.
on this Friday, the man from Andover looks a completely different beast.
60.
He's got to take some confidence from the fact that he was the top performer in round 1. And he did play very well in the first leg of his previous match, didn't he?
100.
But the way he was able to bookend the performance with legs of 11 and 14, that is impressive. Especially when he was
100
in a tight spot.
Gave me 126.
Very nice indeed.
98.
Okay, that's not what he wanted to leave. But if you'd have offered him 28 left after that visit, he would have said, yeah, okay, I'll take it.
A double's a double, and for Sam Spivey,
31.
what was going so right yesterday is beginning to go so wrong at the beginning of Friday. And for Jamie Kelly,
Game shot on the first
it's a
leg.
13 dart at the
Jamie
start,
Kelly.
straight down the pipe of double 14. He looks
Second
like
leg,
a
it's Sam to
different
throw
man
first.
today. Average of
Game.
92 in his first match. Had an 11 and a 14 in his first game. Has a 13 there.
Do you know that's the least hit
60.
segment on the board? Treble 6. Because why would you need it? It's a single 18. Treble 5 gets hit a lot because of people going for 20s.
140.
Treble 4 gets hit a lot because of people going for treble 18. Treble 1, obvious, right next to the treble 20 as well. Treble 3 is next to the treble 19 and treble 17.
140.
Is the treble 2 next to treble 17. So treble 6 is the one thing you figure you'll never hit, but sometimes you will.
140.
Well, Jamie Kelling is hitting everything right now. 13 darts from the first, back-to-back 140s against the darts at the beginning of leg 2.
100.
We saw no signs of any kind of emotional weakness from Sam on day 1, but even he may feel like the panic bells are beginning to ring as Kelling piles in a third 140 of the leg. He's on 81 after 9, and he is running red hot here as the man in yellow.
105. Jamie require 81.
Double 13.
68. Sammy
But
require
credit to Spivey, he's left himself on a 2-darter after 12. He could punish Jamie Kelly. The only thing he may do wrong in this leg, JK, would have been to have not completed the leg in 12 darts. But he's going to get an opportunity at 13. He's hoping it's lucky for him.
Make your own luck, Jamie.
Game on the second leg.
Yeah, that
Jamie
is
Kelly.
very, very good. But only half the job
The leg,
complete.
it's Jamie to throw first.
And for the first time, Sam is scratching his head, as if to say, what's going on here?
100.
And of course, the next game is Alexander Mashek against Jeremy Fagg. That's a straight shootout to see who will go to 8 points.
140.
And that could be a game where someone joins 3 other players on 8 points. This is a great, great table now.
85.
But that's provisional based on what Jamie's doing here.
And what he's doing here, and I know it's only a couple of legs in, his
100.
average just a shade under 108. Spivey's brought his numbers up from his opening match, only averaged 81.5 against Jeremy Fagg. He's brought that up
48.
by the best part of 8 points. And guess what? We talk about averages, and then Jamie Kelly piles in a 48.
With the treble 3.
180.
This was such a good suit of his yesterday with his 180 hitting Sam Spivey.
You're not wrong.
58. Sammy require
Most
81.
of them were to leave finishes like this. Two tens.
71.
He's somewhat cornered.
$96.
Yeah, bare
Sammy
minimum
required
one
10.
big treble.
Game on the
He
third
wasn't
leg.
cornered.
Sam Spivey.
Fights his way out immediately.
Fourth leg.
Back on
it's
throw
Sam to
in a
throw
heartbeat.
first. Game on.
13, 14, 13 darts required to win legs in this contest so far. And Spivey's broken back. This game returns to throw. We're back to the point as to we were at the start.
121.
And suddenly Spivey's raising his game as Kelling's just coming back towards a equal kilter.
100.
It's very hard to grade a left-handed thrower because we always look at right-handers and left-handers with the same angle.
174.
But we can grade that. There's power scoring in this game from Sam.
58.
Takes his average above 100 for the first time. A maximum, a 170 plus, 3 140 plus scores in addition to that, as well as ton plus scores.
59.
This is more like what we saw from him in round 1 yesterday. And I suppose we've got to call the last leg and a half the Sam Spivey counterpunch.
Well, he's not going to hit Kelling hard here, but he has got time on his side to level this game up at 2 apiece. Every single leg so far in this match has been won in 5 visits, and
91.
Sam Spivey looks like he's en route to do exactly that in leg 4 to equalise this match back up. Well, we're going to have a game of this quality. You don't mind this one going the distance, do you? Because these two are hitting each other one after another. There's been some real ebbs and flows in this contest. But it's not a contest
36.
that's level yet. And that double 10 that was so fruitful for him yesterday is just beginning to be missed a little bit today.
40. Sam, you require 20.
Jamie's got to be resolute here. The lead is gone. Got to be okay with it.
Game shot on the 4th.
You're in a level match now.
Sam
You've still
Spivey.
got the darts. You played some good stuff.
Looks like it's Jamie to throw first.
You've played some not so
Game
good
on.
stuff. Now it's time to get back on the horse.
It's best of 3 from here.
99.
That's the way he's got to look at it.
If you're watching this game and you're wondering how you would feel in this situation,
100.
the thing is, if you're practicing at home and constantly doing 501, there's nothing wrong with that from time to time. But listen to what your head is saying to you.
140.
Don't ignore it. You can learn from yourself when you're practicing solo. Your brain, your body, your mannerisms
81.
tell you how you feel in certain situations. Learn from it and learn how to improve. Too many people I've seen, they think
58.
that just hammering the board's going to make them better. No, it won't. Everything has to be constructive.
45.
Well, Kenning had led 2-0. He saw his lead evaporate, but now he's in a position to re-establish that advantage again. 6 darts on 204 to move 3-2 to the good.
60.
Only 60 there is only really punishable if Spivey can find a couple of big ones here.
And one of those big ones might be the bull. Doesn't need it anymore.
180. Jamie,
Second max
144.
of the match, and for the second time, it's a max that leaves himself on a handy finish, and he's going to get a look at the 95 to lead for the first time in this match. He trailed 2-0 to JK,
83. Jamie, require
just like he did in
95.
yesterday's match as well. But he could move 3-2 up.
That's an interesting play.
55. Jamie requires 61.
He didn't go double-double. And now it's got to be 11 bull.
30.
I don't know what happened on that first start.
Sammy require 40.
Well, that could be a gift for Sam Spivey. And that is a handy guide. Surely just a clip off the barrel now.
Game shot on the
Drifts
5th
it into the
leg.
top left-hand
Sam
corner. And from
Spivey.
2-0 behind, Sam Spivey has a 3-2 lead.
Well, this
Six
is a
leg,
really
it's
difficult
Sam
moment
to
for
go
Jamie
first.
Kelling. He's going to be feeling quite
Game on.
aggrieved. He's wondering what happened with that 25 shot. But what you have to say to yourself in these moments is, how strong will I feel if I can just get through these next
85.
two legs? If you fester in negativity for the next 2 minutes, you're done.
$100.
That last start was huge for Jamie.
Yeah, it was. You've got to have these short, sharp messages to yourself in tough situations.
81.
Must be positive. Something like, be strong. Something as simple as that.
85.
Don't fade. Something like that. Just remind yourself of what you need to feel like to be successful.
45.
Golfers usually say, stay patient.
Well, the problem JK's got is the time for
81.
patience is pretty much over. And the other issue he's got is he's got a seemingly immovable object. This is a guy that gives absolutely nothing away. You wouldn't know whether he's 2-0 up, 2-0 down in a particular contest. You wouldn't know
60.
what the scenario is. He keeps that same cool, calm, collected attitude regardless of the scenario. But a slip there has allowed Kenning an opportunity. If he can find a treble here, needs to find a
90.
25 or ball. Does exactly that. To leave 145. First to a finish. What can Spivey do by way of response?
100. Jamie require 145.
A great last start. 25 needed.
86. Sam, you require
So it is a match-winning chance to
130.
win 4 straight legs against Kelling. To be on 10 points at the top of the table. Just keep it right there. And now at the bull.
100. Jamie require 59.
Well, the line was okay, but it was pitched way too high. And so Kelling, to guess what? Take us all the way. Double 10. Last dart in hand. And that could be the last dart he throws.
39.
It wasn't far away, but it was far
Sam,
enough
you
away
require
to present Sam
30.
Spivey with an opportunity here with double 15 to move on to 10 points
Game
and to once
shot in
again
the
take
match,
charge of Group
Sam
C.
Spivey.
It was a slip-up in his opening match against Jeremy Fagg for Sam Spivey, but he's recovered well. For Jamie Kelling, he'll feel like the gains he made against Noel Cullerton have been brushed away, brushed aside there. Spivey 4, Kelling 2. Jeremy Fagg against Sasha Mashek is coming up next. Are you ready to lift that trophy, Darius?
Yes.
Let's do it then. Ladies and gentlemen, your MODUS Super Series 9 champion is Lucky D, Darius Lewandowski!
Well, what a wonderful night of darts we have seen, and we are ready. Our champion is ready, and it's trophy time. So receive the trophy. £25,000. The new MODUS Super Series champion, the Terminator, Marvin Van Velzen. And one more time, the 8th MODUS Super Series champion, the Terminator, Marvin Van Velzen. And the new MODUS Super Series champion is Andreas Dirty Harrison. And one more time, the 7th MODUS Super Series champion. Give it up for Andreas Dirty Harrison.
The moment we've all been waiting for. Would you please show your appreciation for your Series 6 MODUS Super Series champion, Scott Taylor?
One more time, your new MODUS Super Series champion. He is Chucky. He is Jim McEwen.
Ladies and gentlemen, your MODUS Super Series champion, retaining his title, the Nuke, Luke Lidlow! That's how you can join us on a Saturday night here at the MODUS Super Series. If not, you can join us live and exclusive on Pluto TV every single Saturday. Well, for these two, they've got a bit of work to do if they are to make it through to Saturday. Sam Spivey has moved to the top of the table following a 4-2 win against Jamie Kellin. That puts him on to 10 points. Mike Warburton is on 8, whereas this pair both find themselves on 6. The winner will move on to 8, level with Warby, ahead of his clash with Noel Cullerton at the end of round 2 for our day. But what is this meeting between Jeremy and Sasha going to provide? Well, Jeremy has already got a win to his name. He came back from 3-1 behind to get the better of Sam Spivey in 7th. Right, so Sasha Maszek, well, he played okay, averaged 88.25, but was outplayed, if the truth be told, in his match against Mike Warburton. A 4-1 defeat for the Czech. But if he plays to a similar level, and perhaps his timing's a little bit better in this contest, then he may well cause the Australian some problems.
78.
Problem with this fixture now is that we are starting to run out of fixtures to play. So if you're left on 6 points after this,
140.
you can only get to 12. If this group is a peloton, you've got to start moving through the peloton towards the front. You don't want to be sitting at the back when the sprinters like Mark Cavendish are at the front. This is now the right time to make your move, and you've got to keep it going to the very end.
This is where the MODUS Marathon becomes a Super Series sprint.
A series of them.
96.
Jeremy's got off to the better start. He's left himself on a 2-darter after a dozen darts. Sasha slow out the traps against the throw in leg 1 of this contest. But a 140 there. Applies the pressure. And so Jeremy looking at 87 to take leg 1. Treble 15 would have given him a dart at tops.
21. Alexander require 108.
Yesterday, Sasha took out a 101. What can you make of the 108, which has already been hit today by Jamie Kelling? And Sasha is going to get a dart himself. A double 16 to take it out for his own. It's a breaker throw, 108 finish. Maszek is on the board and a leg that Jeremy probably should have had in his leisure.
Alexander to throw first. Game on.
In order to sprint to the finish on days like today, you might have to do things that you haven't done all week.
85.
If we're being fair, Maszek hasn't been that likely to get many ton plus finishes. If that can change today, that could be the difference maker.
121.
You've seen Sasha now for 5 days. What would you make of him as a player overall?
I think the word that keeps flashing in front of my eyes is potential.
85.
I think technically he's very sound. I think psychologically he looks really solid. I think his approach is very close to elite.
100.
If we had more players like Alexander playing here in a week like this, I think more players would learn how to utilize the power of the mind. I think he's dangerous. And I don't necessarily want to grade him this week. I want to see where he is in 2 years.
He's definitely the type of player I'd love to see back another time, just to see, maybe not on the next series, potentially, but maybe one of those players that we give 6 months to. We really like what you did this week. Now let's see how you improve as the year goes along. Because I agree with you. I think there's real potential with Sasha, and we've definitely seen worse qualifiers from ADC Europe than him. And I think maybe you give him a bit of time and you give him an opportunity to really grow as a player. I think there's somebody, a bit like Andreas Harrison, the first time he was here, we saw potential, didn't quite show it, and then look what's happened to him since.
Tops.
Game shown the
Something's clicking.
Leg. Alexander Maszek. Third leg is Jeremy to throw first.
Combinations
Game on.
that you dream of. 108 and 91. taken perfectly.
Here's a theoretical question for you. International pairs. If there was a Czech team, would
140.
Sasha be one of your picks?
Yeah, I'd have to say so. I think he's starting to earn that. First by qualifying, and secondly by being really
40.
competitive.
I'm really intrigued to see how that process gets picked.
Time will tell. He's definitely in the conversation, let's put it that way.
57.
There are other possible teammates for him,
Like
Sedlak or Gavlas. There could be others. There are other Czech players that do come to mind.
56.
You do look towards the top of the qualifying lists and the people who have done well in ADC Europe events. But the time's got to
60.
come where you stand up and you get counted. And Alexander's starting to do that right now.
And of course, there being 2 international pairs weeks in 2025, there's going to be opportunities
58.
because there will be different nations that will be involved in both the events. Of course, there'll be some countries that will play in both of the incarnations of it, but there will be a bit of variety, that's for sure. They take place in the spring
83.
to summertime this year. The next specials week's in a few weeks' time. Double Trouble of 3. But this,
100.
so far, a
Alexander
special
with
performance from
138.
Maszek. Average just under a ton. 2 from 2 on his doubles. And looking at the 138 for a 3-0 lead. He's already had the 108. Add that to the
Game
collection.
shot in the third leg. Alexander Maszek.
Finishing of the highest degree from Alexander Maszek.
Fourth leg is
2 ton
Alexander
plus
to throw
checkouts.
first.
3 from 3
Game on.
overall. And he is delivering a hammer blow to the hopes of Jeremy Fagg.
60.
He's on the cusp of hammering Jeremy Fagg this week. Unbelievable stuff. The combination finishing is just delightful. And it's almost as if Jeremy took it personally at the end of leg 3. He turned away, went to the table as if to say, what have I done to you? This might be the next level that we haven't seen
100.
from Sasha this week. He's been keeping this in reserve. If this is the time where we start seeing what he can really do, strap yourselves in, everybody.
Well, boy, is he timing his run here. If he could win this big,
100.
he's in an automatic qualifying position. Okay, Warburton is in action next, and he could move on to 10. But he is laying down a bit of a gauntlet here with a performance like this.
100.
Average of 99.79, 3 from 3 in his doubles, 2 ton plus checkouts. Jeremy Fagg's averaging 85 here, and he hasn't had a dart at a double in this match.
133.
You've got to know what to do on the third dart in that position. You've got to go for the bull.
100.
I know you want to get the 171.
And the way Sasha's been finishing, he may have only had one
48.
opportunity to win
Alexander
this
with
match. He wasn't
141.
able to afford himself one. Well, if this goes, this will finish off a masterclass in finishing. But the 141 isn't going to join the 108 to the 138.
82.
That's a great last
Jeremy
dart. They were
with
forcing Fagg to hit
125.
this. It's got to be good. This has got to be in. They're both doing it.
On the fourth leg.
Extraordinary
Jeremy
brinksmanship from Jeremy.
Fifth leg is Jeremy to throw first. Game on.
Can't beat a bit of Friday adrenaline. Amazing. 3 ton plus checkouts in this game from 4 legs. And the one checkout taken that wasn't a ton plus checkout was 91 and 2.
They're hitting each other with punch after punch in this match. And that had to go because Sasha was sat on 59 to win this match 4-0. And the way he's been
60.
finishing in this match, you probably would have expected him to take it. 4 legs played in this match, by the way. Not a dart missed at a double. From either player. Although it does help when 3 of those legs are hit with ton plus checkouts.
60.
Yeah, when you get a ton plus checkout, you don't necessarily think that there's been a missed start at a double. Having said that, it has happened.
60.
Because you can miss a dart at a double, bust the shot, then go back and hit it.
$180.
He's gone from looking impervious to now maybe being dragged into a match. Is that 125 from Jeremy going to change this game? I think it already has.
Well, it looks like that big finish has just deflated
43.
Sasha. However, that's just given him a bit of an opening. Just 43 there means that Jeremy's not on the finish from 2-2-1. If Sasha can pile in a couple here, if he can pile in the lot,
140.
suddenly we could have a different complexion. And you're not going to back him against a big out in this match, but Jeremy will still feel like he's in pole position in this leg.
125.
Particularly now.
Alexander Racon,
And suddenly,
141.
he needs to find a hat-trick at ton plus checkout, Sasha. He's not going to.
60. Jeremy required 53.
Double top again.
Game shot on the
Nothing
fifth leg.
is
Jeremy
as it
Fack.
appears. A 3-0 up, you're thinking this one's said and done.
Sixth leg is Alexander.
Jezza
Super
says,
first. Game on.
Hold your horses. Now there's pressure on this because if he doesn't hold, he could lose.
100.
And what looked like such a promising position for Sasha Maszek could well become troublesome in a few moments' time. And if Jeremy can
90.
win this game, then he will leapfrog Sasha in the league table because he'd be on 8 points and Sasha would remain on 6.
Welcome to the minefield,
100.
Henry. That's exactly what this table is. The only person who's looking safe at the minute is Niall Cullerton at the bottom. Because he's the only one cut adrift.
100.
I have no idea what's going to be the biggest match of the day. I can speculate.
100.
Maybe Spivey against Maszek in game 10. Spivey versus Mike Warburton in game 13, which starts the final round of play.
58.
If Maszek was given the option of having to beat Niall Cullerton in game 14 to qualify, he would take that immediately.
However, the buff he had at the beginning of the match is beginning to come into
127.
play now because he's had a good leg on throw. He's left himself on 74 after 12 to eventually get rid of Jeremy, who has been a lingering nuisance to him since being 3-0 up. He's posed a lot of
55.
questions, has the
Alexander
Australian,
requires
but
74.
Maszek here has got 6 starts to finally defy what has been a defiant fight back from Jeremy.
47 left. And hasn't missed a double yet.
4 from 4,
Game
and it's a
shot and the
superb
match.
performance from
Alexander
the
Maszek.
Czech master, Sasha Maszek. A 4-2 win against Jeremy Fack, who had a spirited response after going 3-0 down. There was 3 ton plus checkouts in the match altogether. Not a dart, missed a double in the contest altogether. Maszek 4, Fack 2. Cullerton Warburton is coming up next.
For that to happen, he'd have to hit the 81. But how much pressure? Oh, we could have back-to-back 11 darters, Paul.
We could.
Oh,
100.
Ask and ye shall receive.
Require 81.
Has to hit this by the looks of it. Double 12.
57.
Those two misses, added to the approach play of Labanauskas, mean that we could get our first hold of throat in the final. And that's what we get.
On the 5th leg.
A crushing 14-dart hold from Labanauskas.
6th leg, it's Tom to throw first.
Maybe the two biggest darts of this match were the darts at double 12 that missed.
Special final. Fitting
100
for a very special week. And it's far from over.
I'm only going to say this once. A matter of just a few weeks back,
100
Dutch dart player at the Grand Slam averaged record numbers and didn't win a match. In the semis and final tonight, Tom Sykes is averaging over 106.
Combined.
And he could lose this tournament.
Old vessel Nyman. That was
36.
as unlucky as that turn there.
That's not what he wanted.
Oh, it's given an outside chance. I think it's minimum ton. 140 would, or 137, a two treble visit was just what he wanted. Well, he wanted a 180, but after dart one, it's got to come down surely.
60.
Like that.
I don't mind it.
Two trebles in the same spot. Well, a 180 here would leave double 4, and he loves it.
140.
Advantage Labanauskas. Firmly. Because championship darts,
40.
they are sitting in his left hand right now. And with his right hand, he could now become the Series 9 champion.
Game shot and the match of the Series 9 MODUS Super Series champion, Darius Labanauskas!
Darius's darting dream has come true. He's called Lucky D, but there was nothing lucky.
Game 6 of the afternoon here at the Modus Super Series, and it sees Mike Warburton and Noel Connaughton go head-to-head. A win for Warby in this one will move him on to 10 points, level on points with Sam Spivey, and suddenly we'll have a situation where the top two are on 10, and then there is a chasing pack beginning to try and hunt them down, but it's going to be difficult. Well, Sasha Mashek has done his part of the equation. He beat Jeremy Fagg by 4 legs to 2 before the break. Not a dart missed at double in the 6 legs in that contest, including 2 ton plus checkouts. So Sasha, Jeremy with a 1-2-5 himself. So, game 6 of our session.
First leg is
and
Niall
from
to
6
throw
o'clock,
first.
there's plenty of
Game
content on Pluto TV once the darts are done here. Simon Whitlock will be with us for the latest edition of the Tungsten Talk. He'll be joining the team to reflect on the past year and discuss what the future holds for him. And then
81.
I'm with Phil Taylor from 7:25 to reflect on his life and illustrious darts career. Then our documentary series, Luke Littler, 1 year on, looking at his meteoric rise to world champion,
100.
featuring exclusive insights. And then we'll be back from 10 o'clock to see the beginning, well, the conclusion, shall I say, of Group B. It's been a long couple of days, hasn't it? 3 players on 6 points there. And then tomorrow night from 7:30, the finals will be live here
140.
on Pluto TV. Make a date with your sofa and your television and Pluto TV.
Was that your first attempt at a Valentine's Day joke?
60.
Make a date with the sofa and the telly.
Me and Valentine's Day are just not a thing.
$83. 54.
Well, this is a big game for Mike. If he can win this, he moves on to 10 points in the group. And the dynamic is simple. You've got 2 players at the top that everybody else is looking to shoot down.
Back on Tuesday, Lee Cox was leading the table overnight.
123.
He stood by and watched everybody falter all day. Lee himself didn't play anywhere near his best, but still was top at the end of day 2. Sam Spivey's in that same position right now. He's seeing everybody
74.
behind him not being perfect yet. If Warburton slips, Spivey will still be top, having only won 1 game out of 2.
34. Mike, you require 147.
Clipped the wire and clipped it quite handsomely. Warburton looking at 147 for the break of throw in the opening leg. We've already seen 4 ton plus checkouts already on this Friday afternoon. Granted, it helps that the previous match had 3 of them.
60. Now we require
Cullerton,
40.
having grazed the wire with tops in his previous visit, has got 3 more of that target here to take out the opening leg. And that
Gauge on the
time,
first leg.
there is no mistake.
Niall Cullerton.
Cullerton 1 up.
Second leg, it's Mike to throw first. Game on.
And the weird thing is, the chasing pack want Niall to win so they can keep Mike Warburton in the mire. Keep him on 8
41.
points with Mashek and only 2 ahead of Kelling and Fag. But weirdly, that keeps Niall involved.
81.
If we could be blunt now, a loss here for Niall and he is toast.
Will be game over for him here at the Super Series. I feel like for Niall, this
60.
experience these couple of days is almost him trying to find the right pieces for him to build for the year ahead. Trialing different things, trying to see what works for him. I feel like he's
24.
at, not a crossroads, but at a stage of his career where he's trying to find the thing that takes him to the next level, because we are aware of the obvious quality that he has.
I don't often disagree with you, Henry, but I'm going to have to on this occasion. I think he is at a crossroads.
121.
I'm not 100% convinced that Niall knows exactly where he stands. And that's perfectly okay because every dart player will have that problem at some point.
26.
But you've got to be strong enough to draw that line in the ground and say, right, what do we do from now? Not 1 minute ago, not 1 minute from now, now. What's going to be constant? What are we going to do to move forward?
81.
And then I will agree with something you've just said, which is that this 2-day experience will give him a lot of information to move forward with.
$100.
Now, Warburton 6 darts here from 198 to square this contest up at 1 apiece. And Warby will feel like for all the gains he made, if he loses this match,
58.
then some of that hard work would be undone. It's not an absolute disaster for him, but he knows a win here and he puts himself in an incredible position.
Yeah, that's true. And when you consider he's got
92.
Jeremy
Mike,
Fagg
you
in
require
game 9.
140.
He's getting maximum information today, isn't he? Playing the last game of round 1, the last game of round 2, the last game of round 3.
60.
He is waiting to see what the other people do before he knows what comes next. It's a bit like sitting on the button in a poker game. You're seeing who's folding and who's raising and who's calling. And then you look at your cards and you think, well, I know exactly what I need to do
Mike, you
now.
require 80.
Well, if he doesn't take this 80 out, Cullerton's got the opportunity to hold all the aces in this contest, but it's tops for the Welshman,
60.
which drags
Oh,
low,
we
and so
require
Cullerton is back for the
80.
break and back for a 2-0 lead in this match. Well, that's out the way enough. Double top.
60.
Second dart was just
Mike,
too
you
low for his
require-
liking.
20.
Got to go a lot higher than that.
Game shot.
That's
the
high
second
enough.
leg. Mike Warburton. Third leg, it's Niall to throw first. Game on.
This game yesterday, it was a really good contest. Fought in the high 80s average bracket.
57.
It's yet to touch that ceiling. But with what's on the line, you're not surprised to see the level come down a peg.
125.
You know, I think this kind of situation would suit our friend Ronan McDonough, who we're going to see in Group B tonight, because if I may be rather blunt about Ronan, I've enjoyed watching him this week.
92.
In this situation, he wouldn't be shy, would he? He'd just go for it.
He's certainly not backwards in coming forwards, is he? We'll see him
40.
from 10 o'clock in what is a intriguing Group B. 3 players prize to the top on 6 points.
Yeah, he's in a great position. 4 points ahead of 4th place in the table. That group could be very different to this one.
95.
We're about to end round 2 and we've got so much further to go. But tonight in Group B, things could be closed out by Game 5.
Well, Lee
60.
Cox is going to need a big night if he's going to get into the finals tomorrow evening. Simple as that. We know he's got the capability of doing it, but the problem he's also got is the players in front of him in the field will only need a couple of wins each.
85. $59.
Well, Cullerton here, 6 starts at 172 to re-establish his advantage at 2-1. But it's been this stage of legs where sometimes he's found that score which just undoes all the good work that he's put in before. But a great recovery following a
121.
slack first start.
He's done that really well this week. He's recovered with some great shots, particularly at the end of yesterday.
60.
He had an 86
Niall, you
checkout
require
that was just
51.
incredible. Single one, 45 tops. It was to save a match as well.
Well, this is to lead the match.
11.
2 darts, a double
Mike, you
top, go a
require
begging.
150.
I love in spots like that how the referee goes baritone. They go really low as if to say, yes, that's a low number. And when someone gets a big number, they go
94.
up towards alto.
Niall, you require 40.
Right, so some commentators that just go very high pitch regardless of what has been scored.
Game shot in the third.
That'll
leg.
do.
Niall Cullerton.
It's an attritional game, but it's a game that Niall is winning.
Fourth leg, it's Mike to throw first. Game on.
He's doing what he needs to do. To be honest, averages and numbers are completely and utterly irrelevant right now for Niall Cullerton. It is
81.
just about getting the points on the board. Getting them on the board, giving himself an outside sneak, yes, but gives himself at least a mathematical possibility.
You've been here just as long as anybody, Henry, and you've seen Group C's
26.
where the leg difference of the person leading compared to the person at the bottom, there's a massive gap between them. I've seen it as high as about 80
100.
legs in a Group A. But in a Group C, I've seen it as high as 40 or 50. At the minute, it's 13. That tells you everything you need to know.
39.
And I think I've said this to you in the past. I think the dynamic of a Group C is different now compared to what it was before, where when we began, if we're going to be brutally honest, there probably wasn't the strength in... Well, no, there wasn't the strength in depth that there is now. So there was times where there was players that came into Group C that had torrid times of it, and that kind of toll. Whereas now you look at a Group C scenario and there's a lot of very tough... I mean, for example, a couple of years ago, Noel Cullerton would not be a Group C player, but such is the strength of the Super Series, such are other forces coming into play, that is all he has been allotted. I mean, there's a couple of players that got tour cards which were originally only scheduled for Group C in this series.
140.
That's the strength in depth.
$139.
Maybe that's Niall's problem.
80.
He was on 393 after 9. Even with that good visit of 139, he is still not even at the halfway point.
Game
and the
shot
leg is
on the
over.
fourth leg.
Just like that.
Mike Warburton. Fifth leg, it's Niall to throw first. Game on.
We can talk about people's doubling prowess, but if you don't get chances, it really doesn't matter. You could be the best putter in the world
81.
on a golf course, bar none. But if you can't get on the green in regulation, it's not happening. Same thing. Two major departments in this sport.
100.
Scoring up there and in the other big treble departments. And then being able to hit the outer ring with accuracy. You've got to find both if you're going to be world class.
95.
Efficiency is the word that comes to mind. It hasn't been an efficient performance of Mike Warburton, but he'll feel like so far it will be enough if he is to get
100.
over the line. But this leg, this fifth leg, this pivotal fifth leg is very much open for interpretation.
$95.
There's a lot of sense in doing that. He will definitely start on the 20s next time. And there's another visit like that. I was talking about this yesterday. Mike's biggest strength is his line on scoring. His biggest weakness is his weight of dart around that treble 20. He scores more 60s with 3 darts than I've ever seen at this level. If he's going to step up to winning more titles like this, and maybe up to Challenge Tour level and things like that,
41.
it's the weight of dart that's got to change.
Require 170.
I'm not the first person to say that.
6 darts from the fish. It wouldn't be the first time in this match that he's had a stray with dart, one on a
82.
set-up turn, but then bails himself out with a couple thereafter.
He's left himself a finish he's already hit today as well, so good memories of that.
100.
Better weight of dart there
88.
to cut the score in half.
May just be a poke of the bullseye here on the back of this 88. 18 will leave said bull.
He does leave the bull.
45.
Now, what was he thinking about between darts 1 and dart 2 there? It
100.
was a pretty simple play.
These are bread and butter type finishes for a player like Mike Warburton. But he cannot find the tops there, and again
60.
it drags low, and so
Niall, you
Cullerton
require
being given an
43.
opportunity here to put his nose in front, to put himself a leg away from winning this contest. If he can find double top, it's been a love-hate relationship here today, but he
Game
loves
shot on
it
the
on that
fifth leg.
occasion.
Niall
Cullerton,
Cullerton.
3-2 to the goods.
Sixth leg, it's Mike to throw first. Game on.
Mike is definitely on the back foot now. It just goes to show, after 2 legs, we mentioned
100.
the range this game was in, high 70s. It has remained exactly there. This is a 7-visit
45.
Level game. Doesn't matter if it's 19 darts, 20 or 21, but that's where this game's being played, in Visit 7.
83.
We mentioned players playing at top levels and winning at top levels. Well, this isn't going to be a game that's going to be decided by that particular margin. But if Mike Warburton wins this game, despite some of the
81.
good darts he's thrown this week, perhaps his biggest win of the week could come with one of his more lackluster performances.
Yep, sometimes you got to win ugly. This is an ugly game. No point sprinkling sugar on top of it and getting the blowtorch out, making it look like a creme brulee. It isn't. It's more like an eaten mess, this one.
100.
But if you can get a few of those ingredients right, you've still got something tasty. And nothing tastes better than 2 points.
But if you presented this as a dish in Gordon Ramsay's Hell's Kitchen, well, he'd probably tell you a few words we couldn't repeat on air.
100.
Hell's Kitchen, which is also available as a channel on Pluto TV. Always
22.
advertising.
Might you require 118?
I'll stick to the MODUS Super Series. There's a lot less people shouting at each other. What do you want to do, Mike?
86.
I can get behind that. 100% of the time.
So, Warburton
95. Might you require
looking for 32 to take us all the way.
Game shown
And
the
for the
sixth
third
round.
time in 6
Mike
matches, we head the
Warburton.
distance. In fact, we've played 6 matches today,
Seventh and final leg. It's
and
Niall
only
to throw
one of them
first.
has gone below
Game
that
on.
5.5 leg distance that we spoke about earlier on. More legs than a spider sanctuary.
140.
I think you could have done better than that, Henry. More legs than a Millipedes only Comic-Con.
100.
I'll take your word for that.
Do you know whose help we'd need for a simile there? Rowan Atkinson. He would nail it.
81.
But this is no laughing matter. These are 2 crucial points,
45.
and they are getting further away for Mike.
Hasn't been the perfect performance from either player, but if Niall can win this, it would just give him some
40.
kind of confidence that he can draw out a result, regardless of the situation, regardless of the circumstances.
Wow, that slipped. And it gives Niall a half-dart advantage. Well, he can put his foot down now.
64.
Just when Cullerton had put himself in a decent position. Okay, he's still in charge of this leg, but Warburton could be first to a finish here if he heads down for 25.
82.
Well, he did the right thing, but couldn't execute it correctly.
And nobody's had a match dart so far. Someone's going to get one in the next minute or so. But who will it be?
21 minutes we've been going in this match, and we are still none the
46.
wiser as to who the victor of it's going to be.
$58. Niall, you require 130.
Both very makeable finishes, but based on the way they've played, they're probably thinking 6 darts from here. If Warburton can find one piece of magic, he will get to 10 points and second position, which has been occupied by almost everybody today at some point, apart from
50.
Sam Spivey.
Mike, you
And of course now Cullerton at the bottom.
135.
Could it be magic now? And Warburton would take that.
Time for a party, isn't it? But he can't.
83.
And Cullerton has got what looks like a very
Now you
makeable
require
80
80.
checkout.
Should get a match start from here. Stay straight he will. And does. It's tops the dispatch of Warburton.
60.
And it's just drifted below. Cullerton's
Mike,
had the
you
first
require
poke for the match.
52.
Warburton should get 2 of his own here. Double a choice from 52 to move on to 10 points and to win a real attritional battle, double 16. It's a win for Warburton. He gets the better. No, Cullerton in the last leg decider. He moves on to 10 points. He moves into second position in the table. And there is now a 2-horse race at the top of the table. Warburton 4, Cullerton 3, Mashek Kelling next. Are you ready to lift that trophy, Darius? Yes. Let's do it then. Ladies and gentlemen, your MODUS Super Series 9 champion is Lucky D, Darius Labanowski!
Well, what a wonderful night of darts we have seen, and we are ready. Our champion is ready, and it's trophy time. So receive the trophy. £25,000. The new MODUS Super Series champion, the Terminator, Marvin Van Velzen. And one more time, the 8th MODUS Super Series champion, the Terminator, Marvin Van Velzen. And the new MODUS Super Series champion is Andreas Dirty Harrison. And one more time, the 7th MODUS Super Series champion. Give it up for Andreas Dirty Harrison.
The moment we've all been waiting for. Would you please show your appreciation for your Series 6 MODUS Super Series champion, Scott Taylor?
One more time, your new MODUS Super Series champion. He is Chucky. He is Jim McEwen.
Ladies and gentlemen, your MODUS Super Series champion, retaining his title, the Luke Lidlow! Welcome back to the MODUS Super Series, where we have completed 2 rounds of play, and this is how the table looks. Sam Spivey and Mike Warburton both lead the way. 10 points to their name. Spivey a big advantage by way of legs difference. Warburton winning in the last leg, deciding it's Cullerton before the break, moves him on to 10. Alexander Mashek is the closest challenger on 8. Kelling and Fag on 6. They're both going to have to win their remaining matches to stand a chance-wise for Noel Cullerton. Well, it looks like now the race has been run. It's 8 points behind, 6 points left to play for. He's out of the running. Well, this is a huge game for the chasing pack. If Sasha Mashek can win this match, he'll move himself on to 10 points. He'd actually leapfrog Mike Warburton in the table. But he takes on Jamie Kelling, who won his first game, looked good in his game against Sam Spivey, but lost out 4-2, squandering a 2-0 lead in that particular match. It'll be interesting to see how this one takes shape, and we're going to be watching it in the company of the former Players Champion, the asset Paul Nicholson.
Game on.
It is a must-win for Jamie Kelling. And it will be must-win for Jeremy Fagg in game number 9.
100.
Round 3 could be the round of this group where separation occurs. But if you're Mike Warburton, who has just
60.
got over the line there against Niall Cullerton, you're hoping for a Jamie Kelling win, right? That would take Jamie to 8 points. It would keep Alexander on 8 points. And if Warburton was to beat Jeremy Fagg in game 9, he'd go to 12, having a 4-point cushion over both of them.
40.
So we're at the midway point of our day here at the Live Lounge in Portsmouth.
100.
Mashek, who on the back of a very good performance last time out, averaged 96.61 against Jeremy Fagg, was 4 from 4 on his doubles, including
45.
a couple of tub plus checkouts, looking to kick on here. And there's always seemingly a player on Friday in a Group C that, and he shouldn't be a player under the radar, but
100.
always somebody that jumps out of the pack to really, really assert his authority. And Sasha could well be that player today if he can continue the good run of form that he's
85.
found himself in that
Alexander,
previous
you
match, and he
require
can translate that
161.
into results later on in the day.
$97.
If your opponent's back at the halfway point of the leg, just getting yourself to a lower 2-dot number is a good thing.
171.
Having said that,
Alexander, you require
somebody's just
64.
said, don't forget about me. Great visit from Jamie. Double 16.
32.
Well, if Kelling takes
Jamie,
out
you require
271
100.
in 5 or 6, this would be another brilliant first leg.
It would have been an elite play, but it's
68.
not going to be executed. But both
Alexander,
players have
you
left
require
themselves
32.
on double 16. Sasha Mashek, first poke. Now double 8. Is he going to allow Jamie Kelling a second invitation? Yes, is the
24.
answer.
Jamie
Well,
require
this is the first leg
32.
that Sasha should have had in his pocket a long time ago. But it
Game
belongs
shot on the
to Jamie
first leg.
Kelling, and that
Jamie
is a break
Kelling.
of throw to boot.
Second leg is Jamie to throw first. Game on.
Jamie is becoming a bit of a specialist today in winning the first leg of contests. He's won the first leg in every game he's played.
135.
However, if I'm going to be a cynic, it's okay winning the first leg, but the most important leg to win is the last one.
Yes, that does make you a cynic.
55.
But it also makes you correct.
100.
Because if you were to pose a question to every dart player on earth, which leg would you like to win? The last one is the correct answer.
And I just wonder whether Jamie Kelling's campaign will go down
100.
as far as he's been there or thereabouts. He's been more than competitive. At times, he has been magnificent. But when push has come to shove, he hasn't been able to
83.
find what he really needed at the crucial points.
See, this is my point, isn't it? We were talking about approach and improvement earlier on.
45.
There's only so much Jamie can do. Works full-time, young family. commitments. And in order to
137.
improve at something like this, something has got to be sacrificed. But the thing with that is, if you've got a life that you love,
140.
that might not be
Jamie
worth the
requires
sacrifice.
46.
Now, I'm not going to sit here and say that he has to sacrifice something. He doesn't.
37.
He's happy
Alexander require
playing darts at this level and having a really good life away from this sport. There's nothing that states you have to go to Q school. You have to take
99.
time away
Jamie
from
requires
children
9.
and partners and things like that. You don't. But if you want to improve and you want to be better, some
Game
people
shot
will
on the
have to
second
do that.
leg. Jamie
Not for the
Kelly.
first time today, Jamie Kelling is 2-0 up. Can he utilise this
Then
lead
against
this
Alexander to
time?
throw first. Game on.
Did he just give us the guns?
Fire away, fire away. And Sasha Mashek is firing away at the beginning of leg 3. Maybe he's paraphrasing Stephen Bunting's walk-on song. Shoot me down, but I won't
140.
fall. But it's going to have to be a titanic display from Kelling from here on in to get himself over the line and into
60.
Saturday night's final. Otherwise, it'll be see ya.
60.
No, I don't think that translates to anything in Czech language. If you go a little bit further south, I think that may be Slavic.
85.
Do you know what year the Titanic set sail?
1912, wasn't it?
41.
In the spring.
From Southampton Docks, wasn't it?
Yeah, just down the road. Didn't end well.
125. $41. Alexander require 51.
Well, Sasha Mashek may feel like he's hit a bit of an iceberg in this match.
35.
He's hoping not to sink amidst the tungsten tide.
59.
2-8
Alexander you require
to bring
60.
it back to 2-1.
Game shot on the third leg. Alexander Mashek.
2-1 it is. Kellick has the throw in leg
Off
4 of
against
this
Jamie
match.
to throw first. Game on.
That's his routine right there. Hand under the arm, eyes closed, and there's a definite process
100.
with this Czech player. If you look at golfer Jason Day, he does something very similar. He has his club in the hand.
140.
He closes his eyes, he takes a deep breath, and he visualizes the shot. It's the same kind of thing that Alexander's doing from
60.
viewing it from the outside anyway. But I'm convinced that's one of the reasons why his focus is so good.
$180.
It's so visually appealing when Jamie gets a 180. He makes them look like cricket stumps in the ground. So evenly spaced.
And how's that for a leg? Because he's left
45.
himself on a
Jamie
finish
McCoy,
after 9 darts and now
161.
looking to open up a 3-1 lead.
105.
Yeah, good use of the board. If he'd stayed up top and got a 20, he would still need a treble or a 25.
100. Jamie require 56.
Doing it that way means it's single. And a double. Can he snap a streak here?
Game shot on
That
the
is an
fourth
important
leg.
dart.
Jamie Kelling.
Because what he did not want to happen was for him to
Fifth
have a
leg,
2-0
Alexander to
lead
throw first.
extinguished
Game.
again. Oh, did you like that, Jamie? Well, you did. Well done.
This is good news for Jamie Kelly, but this is also fantastic news for Sam Spivey and Mike Warburton because it
100.
means that ahead of their matches, the next couple, they have got a bit of breathing space and they can move on to 12 points and they would put themselves in a position where they would be 4 clear
59.
with 4 points left to play for. And Spivey does take on Mashek then in round 4, and so Sam could put himself safe, knock Alexander potentially out the running.
180.
But Mashek is not for moving.
But if you're chasing, you want to play someone above you.
100.
That's what Kelling's got in game 11. He's got Warburton. And if he can get the result here, that Warburton game is his big one. But before we get there,
140.
Mashek has got a lot up his sleeve. That very short sleeve that he's been wearing all week.
60.
He's
Alexander
worn many
requires
different
81.
shirts, but they've all had the same characteristics.
Well,
49.
he's having to roll his sleeves up here. Leaves himself on 32 after 12 to bring this contest back to 3-2 and to give us another game, which
93.
would be
Alexander requires 32.
6 legs or more in length.
Game on the
13
fifth
data,
leg.
quality
Alexander
leg that from the
Mashek.
Czech. And he forces Kelling here to serve it out.
Sigberg, it's Jamie to throw first. Game on.
Was that your covert way of saying we're back at that spider sanctuary of yours? 6 legs or more?
I've caught myself in a
60.
web here, haven't I?
I'll catch you in a minute. Jamie doesn't want to be caught.
100.
He wants to be like a very elusive Pokemon.
45.
We can't forget as well, Mashek was involved in a Group A that saw 3 people at the top on 18 points, and he was in 5th position, only 4 points behind the top spot.
140.
He has been competitive all week. We are in round 3 on day 2. To not have someone on 12 points at
83.
this stage, it's strange.
But indicative of the competitive nature of this group. And perhaps
100.
indicative of this competitive nature of Group C. In week 3 of Series 10, we may well be heading the distance. Mashek will feel like he's got 6.
100.
He's let himself on a 2 data.
156.
But can Kelling kill this game off in style? Can he? Will he? Double 18. Just on the inside.
138. Alexander requires 78.
That was a glorious try. That's a miss. He's got to take a time out here and reset. A little bit frazzled, maybe for the first time in this group. And Kelling's got to be
28.
a man of
Jamie
conviction
require
now.
18.
Double 9. For a big win for Jamie Kelling. A 4-2 success
Kelly.
against Sasha Mashek. Which means that he's on 8 points alongside his Czech opponent. In fact, he leapfrogs him. Spivey and Warburton, they're both on 10. They can move on to 12 in this round. And we're going to see Spivey against Cullerton in a couple of moments.
For that to happen, he'd have to hit the 81. But how much pressure? Oh, we could have back-to-back 11 darters, Paul.
We could.
Oh,
130.
Ask and ye shall receive.
Tommy require 81.
Has to hit this by the looks of it. Double 12.
57.
Those 2 misses
Darius require
added to the
55.
approach play of Labanauskas mean that we could get our first hold of throw in the final. And that's what we get.
Gage on the 5th leg.
A
Darius
crushing
Labanauskas.
14-dart hold from Labanauskas.
Sigberg, it's Tom to throw first.
Maybe the 2
Game
biggest darts of this match. with the darts at double 12 that missed.
Special final. Fitting
100
for a very special week. And it's far from over.
I'm only going to say this once. A matter of just a few weeks back,
100
Dutch dart player at the Grand Slam averaged record numbers and didn't win a match. In the semis and final tonight, Tom Sykes
100.
is averaging over 106.
Combined.
And he could lose this tournament.
Old vessel Nyman. That was
36.
as unlucky as that turn there.
$57.
That's not what he wanted.
Oh, it's given an outside chance. I think it's minimum ton. 140 would, or 137. A two treble visit was just what he wanted. Well, he wanted a 180, but after dart one, it's got to come down surely.
60.
I like that.
Yeah, I don't mind it.
Two trebles in the same spot. Well, a 180 here would leave double four, and he loves it.
140.
Advantage Labanauskas. Firmly. Because championship darts,
40.
they are sitting in his left hand right now. And with his right hand, he could now become the Series 9 champion.
Game shot and the match, and the Series 9 MODUS Super Series champion, Darius Labanauskas!
Darius's darting dream has come true. He's called Lucky D, but there was nothing lucky.
Welcome back to the MODUS Super Series, where before the break, Jamie Kelling got the better of Sasha Maszek by 4 legs to 2. Game 8 sees Sam Spivey with an opportunity to move on to 12 points and to put himself on the hill and on the cusp of qualification. 14 points will be enough to progress through to Saturday night's final. 12 will probably put him and Warburton there, providing what happens in the last couple of matches. But a win here would see him close towards another Saturday, and for him another Group C filled with success. He takes on Noel Colleton, for whom performances have been there at times in this group, but the points haven't quite been. But for Sam, it's been a good day in terms of return, a good day in terms of what's happening around him, but it hasn't quite been as electronic as it was on Thursday for him.
89.
No time like the present to fix that. And a win to get to 12 points would put him within touching distance of Saturday once again.
100.
How many times do you see it, though? And we've seen it in the last week. Top versus bottom. But it's just not that simple.
82.
This is one of Spivey's better performances yesterday. It's time to recreate some of that now. Because the last thing he wants is to be dragged into a game like Mike Warburton had to go through in Game 6 against the same guy.
Well, if both Sam and Mike win their
64.
next games, their last match is against one another, so they'll want to get the job done before we even get to Game 13. It could be all over by the time that game takes place. It may just be a game that shores up who's going to top the group and who's going to finish second, otherwise known as who's going to sit between me and you in the studio derby.
Never thought about it like that.
Sam, you require 107.
Treble 16. Right in the middle.
Game
Go and get them.
First leg.
They are more than good enough.
Sam Spivey. Second leg is Niall to throw
There's a
first.
confidence about this lad that you can't help but like. It's a quiet confidence. Maybe the best kind.
134.
I'm really happy to see 2 really good left-handers playing today.
140.
And our good friend Carl Sneed, who played some lovely stuff last night. We're going to see more of him when he plays in Group B from 10 o'clock tonight live on
60.
Pluto TV.
Sam Spivey's like that unassuming kid you had in class at school. Keeps himself to himself, but always gets the highest grades in the class.
120.
Who was that for you then? It better not have been you.
Well, let's be honest, I've never been quiet. have I?
Okay, we don't have to go there.
60.
You know what they say? If you can't see the fish, you are the fish. So if you can't remember the person from that class,
100.
it was you.
I can imagine you're always well
100.
behaved at school.
Sam, you're back 140.
Yeah, I was one for rules and I still am. Treble 19. No such luck. We did have this girl in my class at school. She was super clever. She went to Oxford. That was a big deal.
Well, Spivey here looking for a 2-0 lead. He's left himself on 48 after 12 against the throw. He's had some cons of comfort, really, in terms of time in this contest up to press. Cullerton's put pressure on here, but tops and tens has been such a good breakdown for him. And here's again there. 15 data, break of throw, 2-0 Spivey. This is really good so far from Sam Spivey. 2 15 dart legs, 30 darts to get us to this situation. Average of 100.2.
$81.
People tend to use dartboards in schools now, don't they? For good reason. Because this round thing on the wall, it's a fun calculator.
98.
I went back to my old high school a few years back because one of my old classmates was the assistant head teacher and he wanted me to go back and talk about darts and what it's like, and he had me go into a classroom full of the perceived naughty kids who were a little bit
61.
hyperactive and maybe got up to a bit of no good. We put the dartboard on the wall, gave them some soft tip darts. You would not believe how well behaved they were.
180.
That's a person who's definitely not well behaved. He must have been kicked out of class a few times at school.
I bet he got an A at maths, though.
We'd hope so. Anyway, talking about class,
78.
Sam Spivey's playing a class apart here. Average of 104.85. He's already had 1 ton plus checkout. Is he on course for another? Just clipped above the barrel.
That's a risky 20 he's got coming in now.
100.
Oh, look at that. That's a great dart.
Played that well. And playing very well. He really is. 104.5. On tops after 12 for a
Your
3
best Ali McCoist
Sammy
impression.
McGuire, 40.
He's playing well. He really is.
Really,
Gage on
really
the
is.
third leg.
13 darts on the back of a
Sam
couple of
Spivey.
15s. 3-0 Spivey.
Fourth leg is Niall to throw first. Game on.
But that stare from Niall Cullerton. You
Oh,
wouldn't
that-
want to be on the receiving end of that.
That's the second scariest stare we've seen this week. The first one being from Conan Whitehead.
$140.
Sam Spivey here may well be about to punch in the best numbers of the week. He's already had a 101 against Mike Warburton. But he's going up another level here. And remember, this is a big game for him.
177.
When he gets it right, he is just brilliant. Exceptional to watch.
59.
And Niall can't live with it. Not at this stage.
If this is the first time you've seen him play, I promise you it's not going to be the last.
Yeah, because he's got 2 more games after this.
45.
Just had to go there, didn't you?
Yeah, it was an open goal. Don't call me Ronnie Rosenthal.
27.
I couldn't say it.
Ah, the switch.
96.
It's pretty good. This visit will stipulate whether Spivey's got 6 darts from here.
105.
He might not have. To Niall's credit.
He's been trying to do his thing, but the problem is he's been severely outplayed by a player who's still averaging 105. Just double checks where that second dart was located. He's done well to get it in the treble. What a set-up turn that is. Leads himself with 46 after 12. This, quite simply, has to go.
And that might be that. Spivey 3 from 4 on doubles.
40. Sam, you require 40.
He looks ready to win.
Tops.
Six.
Doesn't go. He's given
Niall,
colour
we
to the
require
go, but from the big fish, he
130.
looks at the little fish.
Looks like a big fish kind of guy, doesn't he? But every now and again, he'll take a little one.
$82.
One chance.
Sam, you
And
require
it slips by.
40.
And that's the only darted double he's had in the match.
Double top. Now double 10. A super
Game
special
shot and
display from
match.
Seaside
Sam
Sam.
Spivey.
And Sam Spivey now is within a win of qualification with an average in excess of a ton, 100.2. 60 darts, dispatched Niall Connaughton by 4 legs to 0. He moves on to 12. Next up, Mike Warburton and Jeremy Fagg. Are you ready to lift that trophy, Darius? Yes. Let's do it then. Ladies and gentlemen, your MODUS Super Series 9 champion is Lucky D, Darius Labanauskas!
Well, what a wonderful night of darts we have seen, and we are ready. Our champion is ready, and it's trophy time. So receive the trophy. £25,000. The new MODUS Super Series champion, the Terminator, Marvin Van Velzen. And one more time, the 8th MODUS Super Series champion, the Terminator, Marvin Van Velzen. And the new MODUS Super Series champion is Andreas Dirty Harrison. And one more time, the 7th MODUS Super Series champion. Give it up for Andreas Dirty Harrison!
The moment we've all been waiting for. Would you please show your appreciation for your Series 6 MODUS Super Series champion, Scott Taylor!
One more time, your new MODUS Super Series champion. He is Chucky. He is Jim McEwen.
Ladies and gentlemen, your MODUS Super Series Welcome back, my friends, to the MODUS Super Series here on Pluto TV. Before the break, Sam Spivey averaged 100.2 in a 4-0 win over
First
Niall
leg, it's
Cullerton.
Mike to throw
Next up,
first.
Mike Warburton against
Game on.
Jeremy Fagg. So, after this game, we will be through 3 rounds worth of matches on this Friday afternoon. I wonder what we're going to see from this. So, Mike Warburton, opportunity to move on to
22.
12. Same figure as Sam Spivey. Both would then be within a win in their next match from qualifying through.
Like I said at the end of round 2,
60.
Mike Warburton has got the maximum amount of information to use when he plays. He now knows that if he wins, he goes to 12 points with Spivey, and that 4-point cushion over
45.
Kelling and Mashek may just be the thing that he can use to get to another Saturday night. But if there's one thing we learned from Group A this week, is that you're not safe until we say you're safe.
180.
And don't count out Jeremy yet. If he wins this game, 2 rounds to go, you've got Warburton on 10 and 3 players on 8. And there's a battle royale happening behind Sam Spivey.
You must feel like, even though he's not there, the
55.
safest player in the room. He's got Alexander Mashek and Mike Warburton in his final couple of matches. So 2 games where he can basically put his destiny in his own hands. There's still a bit of a jeopardy with it, but he'll be happy enough with what he's got to come.
100.
I'm more than happy with the position he's in. And Jeremy Fagg will be happy with the position he's in this leg. He's taken the throw off of Warburton. And with that, 140, he's left himself on 66 after 12.
And Jeremy's got nothing to lose now. It's full throttle to the end. And hopefully there's something to shoot for when he plays
100.
against
Jeremy
Kelling in game 15. Just got to give himself a chance by beating people that are above him. And this is his chance.
48.
If he fails in this
Well,
game,
you require 134.
done.
Game on or game over. And this could be the beginning of the end. Moments like this for Mike Warburton. He's not going to take out the 134. So Jeremy is going to come back for double 9. Now, doubles have been a bit of an
58.
issue
Jeremy
by and large this week. He was 2
80.
from 2 in his game against Mashek, but there's been a lot of misses on the outer ring this week for him. It's double 4.
Game
And it's a
shot on
break
the
of
first
throw
leg.
for Jeremy Fagg. He
Jeremy
draws
Fagg.
first blood in this match.
Second leg, it's Jeremy to throw first. Game on.
Do you know what, Henry? You mentioned the word moments. I used physics last week with Scott Mitchell to talk about moments because that's something to do
60.
with things turning with hinges. But it also reminds me of a song by Dionne Warwick. She sang as part of the soundtrack to a great movie back in the 80s called The Woman in Red,
100.
which had Gene Wilder and Kelly LeBrock of Weird Science fame. And the song is called Moments Aren't Moments. And it's very apt because it goes like this. Moments aren't moments until they are moments like this
121.
magic moment of ours. And I don't think we've seen that magic moment yet. Just think back to Group A. Lee Cox needed 3
60.
legs. He got 1. Kona needed 4. He got 4. And there were magic moments at the start of that game. I'm convinced in the next round we're going to see something big.
78.
Well, you can watch every moment here on Pluto TV. Not just that, plenty of other content available too. Plenty coming up between sessions,
45.
Tungsten Talks, and the Luke Littler documentary also airing between 6 and 10 p.m, 24 hours a day, 7 days a week. Darts content to your heart's content.
56.
I think you might have just come up with the next tagline. That's a good one.
I mean, I've nicked it, but
Littler was a rather good last night, wasn't he? Wasn't good enough. Lost to Van Gerwen, averaging nearly 114. The second biggest average ever seen in a loss
94.
in Premier League darts.
I bet you're very happy you're sat in this chair right now if you're getting battered and bruised of 113 averages.
I know how he feels.
134.
Michael once beat me with 118. I've never seen anything like it. I do believe it's still a World Series record from the Perth Darts Masters from 10 years ago.
100.
He had me feeling
Jeremy
dizzy.
require 52.
And Warburton might be dizzy in a second.
Game shot.
2-0 to Jeremy.
Jeremy Fag.
How many more
So
twists
there
are we
gets
going
Mike
to
to
get
throw
in this
first.
group?
Game on.
Well, let's go full Aussie here, shall we? More tornadoes in this table than a bag of twisties.
140.
You don't know what twisties are, do you?
No idea.
They're a bit of a guilty pleasure in Australia.
$123.
Let's put it this way. They're a bit like a snack you get in this country, but they're something akin to knack-nicks,
60.
Okay.
but better.
All I know from Australia is you've got Hungry Jacks, VB, 4X Gold.
Have you just been looking at the boards at the cricket?
140.
If so, there'd be a very famous chicken restaurant that I'd be referencing as well.
Next thing you're going to say, do you know what? You've got those round football pitches as well.
140.
It's called an oval. And the one that is closest to where Jeremy's from is called the Gabba.
Great ground, that. Great ground.
100. Mike can require 161.
I do believe that's the one in Brisbane, isn't it?
Yeah, the Whacker's one a bit further along.
Yeah, the Whackers in Western Australia.
97.
Are you getting
Jeremy
rid of the
require
Whacker?
138.
Was it the Whacker the one they were looking at demolishing, or was it the Gabba? I don't quite know. Anyway, 138 on offer for Fag. So we're going to take it. So
98.
Warburton back for
Mike, you
64 to
require
half the gap to
64.
2-1.
I tell you what, the guillotine in this game is hovering over Warburton here. Very
Game
well
shot the
done.
Third leg. Mike Warburton. Fourth leg is Jeremy to throw first. Game on.
You got the Olympics going to Brisbane in 2032. There's plenty of room to
97.
build stuff, let's put it that way. Olympics is going to Los Angeles in 2028. That's been in the news a lot in the last 48 hours.
100.
But they have some great stadia in Australia. It's not just the ovals that they have for Australian rules football and cricket. They have some great rugby league stadiums as well.
121.
A lot of other stuff for indoor sports like basketball. Tremendous sporting country.
The Rugby League gets underway this weekend with a game
60.
being played at the Luke Littler Stadium, home of the Warrington Wolves, usually known as the Halliwell Jones, is that
56.
particular stadium. Great ground, and I tell you what, there's a lovely curry house just across the road from it.
I'm not usually in the neighbourhood of Warrington.
100.
Well, I remember that.
Very popular place where football teams stay at, Warrington, when they're playing up in the northwest.
I thought you were going to say the curry house.
140.
That could be two.
Oh, look at Jeremy go. He's definitely not out of this.
100.
He's averaging
Jeremy
a good
require
10 points more.
87.
He's good for it. 81 left, no hesitation. And now on double 12.
63.
Are we
Might
maybe going to
require
have that magic moment
141.
now instead of the next round?
No is the answer this time. So Jeremy will come back for double 12 to open up a 2-leg gap in this match. And suddenly there could be another
105.
twist and
Jeremy
turn. And
requires
this will be
24.
sweet music to Sam Spivey. And a symphony for everybody else in the
shot on the full
group.
flag. Jeremy Fagg.
Jeremy's 3-1 up. Warburton's got it all to do here.
Fifth leg, it's Mike.
You see, it's sweet music for everybody in the
Game
group,
on.
but that one has hit Mike on the chin. Nobody said that better than Jim Watt. Great boxing commentator.
100.
Bang on the chin. When he said that, someone's been punched very hard.
Well, the tubular bells will begin to ring for Mike before too long, which is
40.
perhaps appropriate because Mike Oldfield's first record album was called Portsmouth. It was the first ever, it was Richard Branson's first ever record deal with Virgin Records, was with Mike Oldfield.
100.
Is there anything you don't know about Portsmouth?
How to navigate through the roads?
100.
Yeah, you want the best at park, and I'll give you that. Wasn't Tubular Bells from The Exorcist?
Possibly.
180.
Well, Mike is looking to exorcise the demons right here. And this house is not clear yet.
56. Mike, you require
If
121.
he gets this, we might well enter the house of fun again. And the madness may begin again. He's got plenty of time. Has a glance over, sees that Jeremy's in the 300s. Is not going to mess about here.
97.
Will do the right thing. Leaves himself on double 12 after 12. Much improved leg this from Warby. To bring it back to 3-2. And guess what? Another game that will go in excess of 6 legs.
126. Mike, you require 24.
It is going to be their last meeting of the week. This is not the time to slip up.
Game shot
And he
on the
doesn't.
fifth leg. Mike Warburton. Sixth leg, it's Jeremy to throw first. Game on.
Warburton is 3-1 up for the week. But the previous games, they mean nothing right now.
42.
He's not thinking about them either. He's so focused on trying to get these 2 legs that are left. And if he does, he will be one relieved puppy.
Well, if Warburton wins this, he'll feel like he has used his
140.
get-out-of-jail-free card. And the difference is, Warburton's finding more reliability in terms of big scores. He's
82.
tunning Jeremy into submission here. He's had 11 scores of a ton plus. And that's always going to keep yourself preoccupied in legs.
$81.
Well, you can add 3 90-plus scores into that, and it does somewhat tell you what Mike's game's all about. It's not necessarily power scoring, it's steady scoring.
60.
Which has been a mantra of his for the best part of, 6 years now since he burst onto the scene at those World Masters, a la Mika Richards.
140.
Lose out in the semi-finals of that competition at the famous Circus Tavern Complex.
48. Mike, you require 140.
It's a bit of a stretch to call it a complex.
Who's got a car park is a complex. 140 for Warby to level up at 3-3. Not to be, and so he's looking to set up for tops. And this is the
100.
second time in as many legs he's left himself in a position like this after a dozen darts. It was double 12 in the previous leg, double top here after 12 to take us all the way. He's finding a real spurt as the finishing line approaches.
140. Mike, you require 40.
If he doesn't give Jeremy Fagg a match start, then he's a hero. But the problem with this
30.
shot is it might yield one for the
Jeremy
Australian.
Require 129.
He's looking at treble 16. He's got it. Match dart. Warburton could not watch.
5. Mike, you require 10.
Well, that will be a bitter relief for Warby, but he has to find this double 5. Inside. Jeremy's back.
6.
Back for double 12.
Jeremy, you require 24.
Warburton had a great opportunity to set himself apart from the rest of the field. Is he about to let that opportunity slip? One left. A double 6. Found. And found off the barrel of dart 2. And for Mike
Jeremy
Warburton,
Fagg.
that could be a costly defeat. He had an opportunity to stretch clear, but Jeremy Fagg has kept himself in the race. A 4-2 win over the World Masters semi-finalists on 2019. Spivey Mashek is coming up after this short break.
That to happen, he'd have to hit the 81, but how much pressure? Oh, we could have back-to-back 11 darters, Paul.
We could.
Paul?
100.
Ask and ye shall receive.
Jeremy require 81.
Has to hit this by the looks of it. Double 12.
57.
Those two misses,
Darius require
added to the
55.
approach play of Labanauskas, mean that we could get our first hold of throw in the final. And that's what we get.
Gage on the 5th leg.
A
Darius
crushing 14 dart
Labanauskas.
hold from Labanauskas.
6th leg, it's Tom to throw first.
Maybe the two
Gabe.
biggest darts of this match were the darts at double 12 that missed.
Special final. Fitting
100
for a very special week. And it's far from over.
I'm only going to say this once. A matter of just a few weeks back,
100
Dutch dart player at the Grand Slam averaged record numbers and didn't win a match. In the semis and final tonight, Tom Sykes
100.
is averaging over 106.
Combined.
And he could lose this tournament.
Old Vessel Neumann. Was
36.
as unlucky as that turn there.
$57.
That's not what he wanted.
Oh, it's given an outside chance. I think it's minimum ton. 140 would, or 137, a 2 treble visit was just what he wanted. Well, he wanted a 180, but after dart 1, it's got to come down surely.
60.
Like that.
I don't mind it.
2 trebles in the same spot. Well, a 180 here would leave double 4, and he loves it.
140.
Advantage Labanauskas. Firmly. Because championship darts,
40.
they are sitting in his left hand right now.
Darius require
And with his right
48.
hand, he could now become the Series 9 champion.
Game shot in the match, and the Series 9 MODUS Super Series champion, Darius Labanauskas!
Darius's darting dream has come true. He's called Lucky D, but there was nothing lucky.
Welcome back to the MODUS Super Series, where we've completed 9 matches so far on this Friday afternoon. Before the break, Jeremy Fagg beat Mike Warburton 4-2. And so as far as the table is concerned, it's that man in your picture there, Sam Spivey, who's taking control of it. Win here against Sasha Mashek, and he will qualify for Saturday night's final. From the rest of the field downwards, well, take a pick from 2 down to 5. Pick your fighter, pick your player. It could be anybody. But let's get into the action. Sasha Maszek and Sam Spivey are involved in game 10 of our session here with the Live Lounge in Portsmouth. Spivey, with a win, will be in to another Saturday night. He seems to be a player that is just so accustomed to success in this format. For Sasha Maszek, he had an opportunity early on today to be in a similar position to Sam, but a 4-2 defeat to Jamie Kelling last time out means that, in the words of the Killers, he finds himself on the back burner.
First leg,
For all the things he's done this week,
Game on.
he does need to find a killer performance here. For Sam Spivey, this is
59.
his opportunity to get the job done, to see it home without any dramas in the final match against Mike Warburton, who probably will need a result in that match.
Yeah, it does look like that right now.
100.
Well, that's the thing, isn't it? You don't want it to go to the last match. If you have a chance to make sure that's not the case,
100.
get the result. And we can't forget as well, he's got the darts in this, but he wouldn't have in the last round. His leg difference of plus 11.
81.
That looks very handy right now, doesn't it? Because during the break, casting my eye over the table, Mike Warburton is in second position on 10 points.
134.
Alexander Maszek here is on 8 points, but his leg difference is only 2 fewer. So separating 4 players in the middle of the table, 2 points and 2 legs.
Every leg you feel like from this point onwards is going to matter
60.
hugely. And it's Sam Spivey has control of the opening leg of this particular encounter. He's left himself first to a finish after 12. Sasha Phil needs to pile in a couple of big power trebles here. Has found one, but cannot find the
80.
second.
Sammy Rock
So advantage
148.
Spivey on throw. He'll feel like 6 or 148, but Sasha's already had a couple of big finishes on this Friday.
60. Alexander require 140.
$68 left.
92. Sammy require 88.
So Maszek is better off. But all he can do is stand and watch. As 7-7 is the target.
74. Alexander require 48.
He hoped for a miss, and his wish is his command. But is he going to take command of this match? He's got 2 in his hand, a 16 for the break.
Game shot on the
Precise.
first leg.
Right
Alexander
on
Maszek.
cue as well. That advantage of throw.
Second leg is
For Sam
Alexander.
Spivey has gone already.
Game on.
And if Maszek wins this game, well, it's a mash-up in this group. Anything could be possible. Spivey would be sat on 12. Maszek would be on 10.
85.
Warburton could move on to 12. And, well, Jamie Kenny could move on to 10. This could get very, 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 very messy very, very quickly.
How many berries was that?
180.
More berries than there are berries on a farm.
You've got to work on those similes, Henry.
140. 86.
I tell you what's a good one. More berries
40.
than Zach Galifianakis' song in the back of the car in The Hangover. And that's a lot of berries.
That is a lot of berries.
And the people in the middle of this table are not the 3 best friends.
140.
Because right now they're all enemies. And only 2 best friends will go through.
It'll be
85.
BFFs,
Samuel
best
Require,
friends for
95.
finals night. 95 here for Sam Spivey to level up at 1-1. This has been a really good leg against the throat. Potential 12 darter here.
87.
Cannot find 88.
Alexander, you require 151.
thing about Sam is he's so uncomplicated.
93.
It looks like he
Sammy
doesn't
require
mess around with
8.
anything that he doesn't need to. He looks at the scoreboard, he gets to the hockey, he hits the double most of the time. But because he doesn't,
4. Alexander require 58.
Alexander is possibly looking at 2-0 here.
Game shot on the second leg.
That's what darts is all
Alexander
about,
Maschek.
isn't it? One person misses, one person hits, 2-0 to the Czech.
Third leg, it's Sam to throw first.
It is
Game
far
on.
from checkmate. But he's still in a position where he can get to the top 2 and stay there. He started this game in 5th.
41.
He's won the first 2 legs, and he's vaulted his way into the top 3 for now. In fact, the top 2.
Well, this is getting messier and messier by the match, isn't it?
140.
If Maschek wins here, Spive would be on 12, him and Warburton would be on 10. If Kelling beats Warburton, Kelling's on 10. If Jeremy Fagg beats Noel Cullerton,
140.
he is also on 10 points. No one would be through, and only Noel Cullerton would be out.
60.
I'm starting to get the old PTDS, post-traumatic darts syndrome. I remember that group with Ryan Finesse and Chris Hurds.
98.
That went to averages in the end. They had the same amount of points, the same leg difference, the same legs won. The head-to-head was 1-1.
140. Exotic require 161.
There's a potentially thrilling end to this group in sight. This could be a thrilling finish. But the 161 isn't up for offer. Spivey to get a foothold in the match,
Sam
looking at
require
1-2-2. And if he doesn't,
122.
he could have his throw broken for a second time in 3 legs.
Oh, yeah, that's a great dart. Imposing. He knows what he's got left. And that wasn't it.
79. Alexander requires 64.
Sasha's finishing at times today has been so crucial and so good.
$48.
Even that crucial
Sam
shot,
require 43.
he just doesn't let his emotions come out.
Well, both players are much of a muchness when it comes to that particular department. Heading low to go high. And to
Games
give
on the
himself
third
a
leg.
foothold in this
Sam
match.
Spivey.
Spivey back in it at 2-1. Maschek with the darts to re-establish the
Fourth
2-leg
leg is
gap.
Alexander to throw first. Game on.
And before we get to the Super Bowl on Sunday, we've got much more in the way of Super Darts to come.
100.
The conclusion of this group, the conclusion of Group B tonight, and then Week 3 finals. 7:30 live on Pluto TV on Saturday night.
100.
Not to be missed. And remember, you can still be here to watch the action. What's not to like? Conan Whitehead's going to be here.
180.
As for this group, we'll get to that. But looking at tonight's Group B, at this stage, it's very strong for the top 3.
140.
You could be within a yard of this stage.
85.
You'd be able to see the beads of sweat on the brows of the players and experience the thud of the dartboard and the calls of the referee up close. That's what makes this place so appealing.
136.
Maschek's got 6 from here to move 3-1 to the good. He's going to need the full quota of darts. Good contest this. Sam's averaging 90.
46.
Alexander 94. And Maschek, after a dozen darts, has left himself on a potential 2-darter. But what is Spivey going to do here by way of response? Number 1 leads himself in a really fortuitous situation.
100.
Alexander knows how to beat Sam.
Alexander
He did it yesterday.
require 90.
We don't know at this stage just how crucial it might be for him to beat Sam 2-0. And look at that.
On the fourth leg.
Landlocked
Alexander
in the
Maschek.
bullseye for 3-1.
Fifth leg, it's Sam to throw first. Game on.
We said that when it's mattered, he's found some big stuff, Sasha Mashek, today, and that's exactly what he's done there. Bullseye pinpoint.
140.
His advantage doubled. And now he's just one away from getting the better of Sam Spivey, and he would not be safe. He'd been in a decent position, better than most.
60.
But there's still not a sanctuary for Spivey to reside in. And he takes on Warburton in the last. And goodness
96.
knows how the table complexion could be when it comes to that match.
$140.
These two are playing like chess pieces. Completely unflappable. Zero emotion.
95.
They look like two mates having a chuck in the spare room, not a
60.
game with big
Sammy,
consequences up for
170.
stake.
That takes temptation away.
134.
He's on a double after 12, not for the first time in this group. He's done that many, many times. That's why he's top. He's shown the best levels. He's averaged over 100 in 2 games.
140. Sammy required 36.
Can't miss this. And because he does,
27.
he runs the risk
Alexander required
of losing the
101.
match and having his leg difference butchered.
Trevor 19 leads double 12 for the match. For Sasha Mashek to win in style. And suddenly,
Alexander
Sam
Mashek.
Spivey's put back into the mire. And we are none the wiser. This Group C is going down to the wire. With every single passing match, a different complexion begins. Mashek 4, Spivey 1, Kelling and Warby will be live after the break. Are you ready to lift that trophy, Darius? Yes. Let's do it then. Ladies and gentlemen, your MODUS Super Series 9 champion is Lucky D, Darius Labanowski!
Well, what a wonderful night of darts we have seen, and we are ready. Our champion is ready, and it's trophy. So receive the trophy. £25,000. The new MODUS Super Series champion, the Terminator, Marvin Van Velzen. And one more time, the 8th MODUS Super Series champion, the Terminator, Marvin Van Velzen. And the new MODUS Super Series champion is Andreas Dirty Harrison. And one more time, the 7th MODUS Super Series champion. Give it up for Andreas Dirty Harrison.
The moment we've all been waiting for. Would you please show your appreciation for your Series 6 MODUS Super Series champion, Scott Taylor!
Welcome back to the MODUS Super Series. We're live on Pluto TV across the world, and coming up now we're going to watch Mike Warburton and Jamie Kelling go toe-to-toe. This is match 11 of the day, and for Jamie Kelling it is now or never. Defeat here, he is out of the equation. If he wins here, then it's Abacus time, because you'd have Warburton on 10, Kelling on 10, Mashek on 10. He's actually gone up to second place because of a win against Sam Spivey before the break, and then there's still been an opportunity for Jamie Fagg to move on to that mark as
Game
well.
on.
This is getting a little bit silly now, Paul Nicholson, isn't it?
Yeah, we like silly though. Where's Paul Starr when you need him?
85.
It's Abacus time.
Is that Paul Starr off the telly?
Can't think of another one.
100.
Will be tungsten time at the Circus Tavern in a few weeks' time. Not long to wait for that particular tournament to get underway.
85.
John Henderson looking to retain his title there, and the beautiful venue in Purfleet.
A venue that Mike has played in before.
59.
Yeah, Jamie's not thinking about anything like that for at least another 13, 14 years.
125.
What he wants is a victory. When he played Mike yesterday, he played really well. Averaged over 92, had a couple of maximums. His doubles were good. That kind of performance,
83.
based on what we've seen from Mike in the last couple of games, that would be good enough. And he has had bright sparks today. But everybody's having ups and
45.
downs today. No exceptions. I know Cullerton hasn't won a game today, but he's had up legs and down legs. The other people have had up games and down games.
99. Jamie, you require 161.
It's a bit like on general election night when you have the swingometer, and that's exactly what it's felt like here, where one player's moved in one direction and then traversed into another.
41.
And it may well be a case
Mike,
of
you require
potentially the end of it all.
160.
Everybody meeting in the middle. But Mike Warburton wants that to be just an academic fact. So I'm going to take out the 160. Kelling has a poke of the 120 to take
60.
the opening leg. It's not
Jamie
been a
require
classic opener to
120.
this match, but Kelling with an opportunity to take it out with a ton pluser. Double top.
100.
Clips the
Mike,
barrel
you
and
require
drags low.
100.
Tops are the 60. And I'm really happy to
40.
see someone go back to
Jamie
the 60 when they
require
miss tops
20.
high. Because so many times players go for tops again.
Game shot on the first leg.
Kelling
Jamie
starts
Kelling.
well. Or should we say, well enough.
Second leg, it's Mike to throw first.
JK
Game
draws first blood in this contest.
I love these guys. Even Jamie Kelling knows where the camera lens is now. He is not, in the words of the great Mark
81.
Walsh, he's not a red carpet dart player. He's not someone who does anything flashy. He's not one to garner loads of social media activity.
41.
Jamie's just a really good, great guy player. But when you come here, many, many times, you know where all the cameras are and when.
Well, we'll know if the game's well and truly gone if Spivey
100.
and Mashek decide to get up to that kind of stuff in a few games' time.
They won't. I think maybe that first leg shows that Jamie's quite relaxed about this.
140.
Let's face it, what kind of pressure's he under? The only pressure he's putting on himself. And if he's not putting pressure on himself, he might be able to relax under this set of
100.
circumstances. And if he can, he might be dangerous. Win this game, win against Jeremy Fagg, it might be good enough. His leg difference is not terrible. In fact, it's very
100.
buoyant.
Well, it's what you say so many times. Win big, lose tight. And in fairness to Jamie, the games that he has lost, a lot of them have been by a 4-3 or
60.
4-2 scoreline. So he's given himself opportunities, even if he's on the wrong end of the scoreline.
Here's the problem, though. For someone who's chasing like Jamie is, he might be relying on Niall Cullerton getting a win or two
Mike, you require
in the last couple of rounds, and that doesn't look likely.
How likely is this? Impossible. But he's going to leave this handy. And he's forcing Kelling here, if he wants to get a break of four in this leg, to take out what Warburton's just missed. And he's not up to the task either, but he's in a great position there with Dart 1 to leave himself on double 10. That's exactly what he does.
Mike, you require 60.
Pressure on this now.
Game shown the second.
So well
leg.
constructed.
Mike Warburton.
He's more likely to hit that tops if he can hit it in between two
The leg
flights.
is Jamie to throw first. Game on.
Don't tell me that dart players don't think that way. I know they do.
43.
I remember watching Michael Van Gerwen last night when he was playing Luke Littler and he scored a 140 and he was furious because he knew exactly where his darts were sitting in the 60 and that getting another treble 20, he'd want it 19 times out of 20. I mean this in the nicest possible way. Dart players are needy.
130.
When they see a dart in a treble 20 like Jamie just had there, you need another one in to make yourself feel good.
But name me an elite level athlete, sports person, whatever you want to say, that hasn't got that streak in them. That is what defines greatness from normality.
Well, let me put it to you this way then.
65.
You've got a cricketer like Darren Gough. When he was down under, he'd had 2 wickets in a row, on for a hat-trick. Do you think, well, it's okay, I've got 2? Or is he thinking, I want that 3rd wicket? That's the mindset, isn't it? Imagine what Michael Van Gerwen was feeling at that
45.
2013 World Championship. He's got the 9-darter against Wadey in the semi-final. He's thinking, do you know what? That's nice. As soon as he gets the next maximum, he's thinking, I want another one.
140.
And Warburton here is saying, I want a break, and he's doing his utmost to do exactly that. Following the poor start to the leg, he's found 3 140s, and he's left himself on 70 after 12 darts. Kelling in the background, not much he can do about this. 1 dart in his hand, a double 16. Doesn't go, but Kelling
require 113.
needs to find a treble here to guarantee himself a dart at a double. He's found the treble with dart 1. It's going to be tops. Oh, that's superb. He needed something big, and he finds something big. Kelling with a 113 to snatch that leg from the grasp of Mike Warburton.
Permission to go Geordie for 10 seconds.
Granted.
60.
All right, I'll retract. 3 words. That was mint.
100.
You get your 136s, you get your 161s, of which we've seen this week. But when the pressure's on, something like a 113 like that.
99.
Seal of approval, wherever you want it. A great 60, a great single, a great tops, 3 pure darts. Don't tell me that Jamie Kelling can't be a world-class dart player.
134.
It's in there. So I now owe you
60.
a Portsmouth accent, don't I? Now that you've butchered my own.
It's not very hard. It's not very hard to impersonate at all.
60.
So when's your next flight?
Roy, enough of that, you.
All right, we're even. But they're not even in this game. Courtesy of that mint 113.
60.
And Kenning's taken the darts as well in this leg. He's 6 darts away from a 3-1 advantage in this contest, which would mean that he's on 10 points. He'd actually get the jump of Warburton, who began this round in second place. An opportunity to really, really stretch clear. He could end it 4th. And the problem he's got is he's got Mr. Spivey up last.
Now we're looking at leg difference. We've just seen Spivey's reduced by 3, with Mashek's going
Jamie
up 3.
require 114.
Jamie could do the same to Mike. Almost the same combination.
94.
Different result this time, but he does have the luxury of coming back.
He's just beginning to raise it. And Warburton at the same time is just beginning to retract somewhat.
Look at his eyes. He knows this is a really urgent situation.
130.
He can't take his eyes
Jamie
off the
require
scoreboard.
20.
He's in trouble.
But focus moves to hope. Clips the other side of the barrel, and Mike Warburton got his wish.
52.
And maybe we've got another twist here. Kelling has now missed 4 darts to open up a 2-leg lead. And Warburton's looking to punish. He does punish. We're level at 2-2.
Mike Warburton.
His prayers are answered.
He just gave it the old touchdown symbol, didn't he?
Fifth leg, it's Jamie to throw first.
It is Super Bowl week after
Game
all. And a day where NFL games have been announced for next season in Dublin and Madrid.
85.
Exciting times. I wonder if we'll ever take the MODUS Super Series on tour. I can imagine doing it in different theatres.
140.
Go on, where would you like to go?
Newcastle City Hall.
As long as we're done by a decent time to enjoy the delights of Newcastle at night.
83.
You talk about Dublin. Dublin would be an unbelievable place to take this on tour. And you got the players for it. McGurk, Keenahan.
100.
McDonough would be cool. Imagine him in front of a Saturday night crowd in Dublin.
Tian. Just an all-Irish crowd. An all-Irish bunch of players would be awesome.
John O'Shea have to put in there.
140.
Correct.
You probably have to put one in Sweden just because of how great we've seen Swedish players perform here.
140.
Wouldn't mind a weekend away in Stockholm.
You said you were invited.
43.
Yes, that was a little cruel.
121.
You got to be cruel to be kind. I never knew what that phrase was all about. But this is to be kind to himself. He's not playing any games here. He's looking at the bullseye.
Game shot on the fifth leg.
Hitting Jamie
Mike
Kelling
Warburton.
where it hurts.
Sixth leg, it's Mike to throw first.
Oh, that really stings.
Game on.
After missing 4 darts for the previous leg for 3-1 up, Warburton is hit back. His little look to the scoreboard when he was on 1-2-1 and he saw Jamie on 150, he's thinking,
140.
I can't give you a shot at that. I've got to go for this 11 and bolt.
That could be the moment that sends Jamie Kelling home. Just when it looked like he had the opportunity to go 2 legs clear and within a leg of pulling himself into P2, suddenly Mike Warburton and Jamie Kelling have traded places. Kelling's gone from 2nd to 4th. Warburton's gone in the opposite direction.
140.
And he looks like he's moving in the right direction here. And you know what that means? There's a guarantee in Game 13, if
60.
Warburton can seal it off from here, the winner will be guaranteed to go through. It will be a shootout for qualification. And then the others, well, the loser of that game is awaiting their fate.
Yeah, that's the thing, isn't it?
100.
We said something was going to happen. We didn't envisage the fact that Mike versus Sam means that only one of them would go through.
140.
We were thinking it was probably going to be a battle for the top spot and both of them go through. Warburton's looking to repeat the trick.
Doesn't have to repeat the trick. Has a glance at the scoreboard, and pragmatism will come into play.
75.
But he slipped with the last dart. An unforced error, but he should get away with it.
There's only one thing we do know. If Warburton does convert,
140.
Jamie's not going to Saturday this time.
46.
And it'll be back-to-back appearances where Kelling's come up dry when it's come to Saturday. Warburton 46 for the match. For a 4-2 win, to put him on to 12 points. It's double-double. It's not in.
30.
Kelling's back on 101. He's
Jamie
already had the
McGuire,
113. He's
101.
wired 114 in this match.
Doesn't get a look.
49.
So Warburton needs double eight again.
McGuire,
Crucially,
16.
it's for 2 points. And to get his leg difference going up by 2, just in case he needs it.
And that's the dart that sends Jamie Kelling
Mike
home.
Warburton.
And that's the dart that could help Mike Warburton progress to Saturday's final. His game against Sam Spivey in match 13 will determine the first player through. The loser of that game will have to sit and wait. Warburton 4, Kelling 2. Niall Cullerton takes on Jeremy Fagg after the break.
To happen, he'd have to hit the 81, but how much pressure? Oh, we could have back-to-back 11 darters, Paul.
We could.
Paul,
130.
Ask and ye shall receive.
Tommy McGuire, 81.
Has to hit this by the looks of it. Double 12.
57.
Those 2 misses,
Darius McGuire,
added to the
55.
approach play of Labanauskas, mean that we could get our first hold of throat in the final. And that's what we get.
Gage on the 5th leg.
A
Darius
crushing 14 dart
Labanauskas.
hold from Labanauskas.
6th leg, it's Tom to throw first.
Maybe the 2
Gage.
biggest darts of this match were the darts at double 12 that missed.
special final. Fitting
100
for a very special week. And it's far from over.
I'm only going to say this once. A matter of just a few weeks back,
100
Dutch dart player at the Grand Slam averaged record numbers and didn't win a match. In the semis and final tonight, Tom Sykes
100.
was averaging over 106.
Combined.
And he could lose this tournament.
Old vessel moment. That was
36.
as unlucky as that turn there.
That's not what he wanted.
Oh, it's given an outside chance. I think it's minimum ton. 140 would, or 137, a 2 treble visit was just what he wanted. Well, he wanted a 180, but after dart 1, it's got to come down surely.
60.
Like that.
I don't mind it.
2 trebles in the same spot. Well, a 180 here would leave double 4, and he loves it.
140.
Advantage Labanauskas. Firmly. Because championship darts,
40.
they are sitting in his left hand right now. And with his right hand, he could now become the Series 9 champion.
Game shot and the match, and the Series 9 MODUS Super Series champion, Darius Labanauskas!
Darius's darting dream has come true. He's called Lucky D, but there was nothing lucky.
Game 12, and we now know that Jamie Kelling will not be heading through to tomorrow night's final. Interesting match between Warburton and Kelling.
Game on.
Warburton winning by 4 legs to 2, which means JK is out. Warburton is in a winner-takes-all battle with Sam Spivey, and for Jeremy, defeat to Niall Cullerton here would spell the end of the road
45.
for him.
Yeah, this game's pretty simple, but the next 2 might not be.
$55.
penny for the thoughts of Alexander Mashek in the practice room right now, because he can do nothing about Jeremy Fagg in this game. He can do nothing about Warburton against Spivey in the game after that.
100.
He will then find out when he plays Niall in game 14 what he has to do. Now, he will have to win. But by how much,
45.
we don't know. There's one thing he's probably thinking right now. Maybe not communicating it with the rest of the players in the room, because their Czech language is probably in need of a bit of brushing up. Just let me have to win the game. He doesn't want to have to win by a margin. That's what dart players want in this round-robin format. Just let me win the game.
96.
You don't want to have to win 4-1 or 4-0. That's a distraction. But if Jeremy wins this match and he goes to 10, and bearing in mind he's got the same leg difference as Alexander, he's got Kelling in game 15, and he might have information that's very relevant when he plays.
$77.
So, Cullerton, 6 darts here from 188 to take the opening leg of this match.
26.
Different type of stem here for Niall as well. He's gone to a white one. Looks like a different length as well. And a different type. Just get another look at it when he comes back. But it looks like the add-on weight
96.
from the middle portion has been removed. Yeah, he's just got the barrel, the stem, and the flight now, whereas before it was barrel, add-on weight, smaller stem, and flight.
Jeremy Rick 132.
So that's a different weight distribution.
Chipper 19 ball. Not to be. And so Cullerton is going to come back for 66 to
Niall
take
requires
out the opening
66.
leg of this match. 16 for tops. Double top for Niall Cullerton. Double
Game
top
shot the
found.
first leg.
He leads 1-0.
Niall
This
Cullerton.
is desperate news for Jeremy Fagg.
It would be a little bit ridiculous
Second leg is
if
Jeremy
Niall plays
to
his
throw
best 2
first.
games
Game
in
on.
this one and the next one when he's changed his stem. It's actually a big day today in darts because it's the 58th birthday of Richie Burnett.
To be a fly on the wall at that birthday party.
Yeah, it could be rather fun, that.
Put it this way, you won't be heading home early, will you?
66.
Depends when it starts.
See Richie
78.
before too long again here at the Live Lounge in Ports. He was great value at the Legends League a month or so ago.
And we had a lovely chat as well for Tungsten Talk before Christmas. It was nice to see him
100.
talking so candidly about things that have happened over the last 30 years. But we did even scratch the surface. When he does a book,
140.
I think it will be a bestseller. I don't think it'll be something that just dart players will read. I think everybody will want to read that.
140.
Well, Jeremy here, looking to level up at 1-1. 6 starts on 202 to do exactly that.
96.
So, but that leaves himself in an okay state, but Cullerton with just one big treble here can leave himself on a 2-darter.
Too many times this week, Niall has found his average going below 80.
48. Jeremy require 106.
Single 14. Leaves double 16 for leg 2.
90. Now we require 147.
Not to be, but this is the Sean Murphy finish, the 147 break.
Don't give him the credit for that. I know he's the Masters champion in snooker, but As far as darts is concerned, he doesn't deserve any credit.
43. Jeremy
Hey,
requires
he's hit a 9
16.
darter, you know.
No, he hasn't. I'm not getting into that. He hasn't.
No score.
And Jeremy hasn't hit
Niall,
that.
we require 104.
Well, how a game could change on one moment. If Cullerton finds this 104, he moves 2-0 to the good.
Yeah, don't do that, Cheza. Don't throw them all at once. Can you imagine if he did? And he hit 88 twice.
30.
And they both landed at the same time.
16.
That's why you're not allowed to do it, you see.
Scott Williams used to do that with his last practice
Game
darts.
shot the
Faglin was up at
second
1-1 with that double
Jeremy
eight. Only
Fagg.
needed 1 dart to do it.
Third leg, it's Niall to throw first.
Don't practice something that you don't need to do in a game. Like throwing 3 darts at once. Just don't do it.
Speed things up, though.
Patience is a virtue.
129.
It's not like you got to wait too long. Darts are usually delivered between 4 and 7 seconds.
$95.
Although I did hear a rumour that somebody won an Eastern European qualifier last week. And he throws them rather slow. So slow, in fact, that in one of his games they perfected a new version of carbon
81.
dating. 10 legs, 53 minutes, I heard.
If said player ever plays at the Super Series, I am not working that week.
83.
I am on holiday. Even if I'm not on holiday, I'm on holiday.
Let's focus on what's happening right now, I guess.
81.
Well, there goes the 1. That's one of the plus things about that visit, because you have to get it at some point in a leg. He is 4 darts away
68.
from winning this leg. So it really, that small 1 didn't do him any harm.
100.
If you got a single 20, he was still 4 darts away from winning the leg. Look at it positively.
However, that's a disastrous 5 for Jeremy.
He can still leave 170 or better, but not with another
70.
one.
No, we require 110.
Beginning to slip by for Jeremy Fagg. And Cullerton here. He's got 6 darts on 110, and he's going to need the 6 darts on 110.
That single 1 has been caught between a rock and a hard place. If you showed me that dart, again, I would not be able to tell you if he was going for treble 18 or treble 20. It was right in the middle.
70.
Has left himself on tops. And Jeremy nowhere to be seen following that lackluster visit last time out. And one of them would leave himself on a single to double. Does exactly that. Pressure on this
140.
tops
No, we
for
require
2-1 lead.
He's bent the wire twice. He can probably see about 35% of this bed, maybe 40.
No score.
That's the trouble with
Jeremy,
tops
you require
and his attack
45.
angle.
And this is where the game could change. Niall was in cruise control of this leg. But Jeremy's got a couple of double 16, and he finds it
Game
with the
shot the
first dart. He
third
gets
leg.
the break. He was
Jeremy
2-1 to the
Fagg.
good. It's another crushing blow for Niall Cullerton.
Fourth leg, it's
And for
Jeremy
Jeremy,
to throw first.
he's 2 legs away
Game on.
from keeping the flame of flickering, his hopes alive going into the final round of fixtures.
$60.
The thing is, he wants to be part of Saturday night, doesn't he? Desperately. He was sitting in the audience last Saturday night. If you're still involved in this table going into the last round, you've done something right. That was not the case in his first group of the week. He was out by Tuesday.
57.
Maybe even on Monday. Because he didn't win. But he has been competitive in this group.
93.
I think what he wants to happen is he wants to win this game by 4-1. He wants Sam Spivey
96.
to take out Warburton by a big scoreline. He could do with a favour from Cullerton to beat Mashek, and then Jeremy, I think he would just have to win.
85.
Because his leg difference in that situation would be more than sufficient. But it is a lot to ask.
100.
Jeremy poses the questions, but Cullerton's stolen the darts in this leg to level this match back up at 2-2. It's been a while since he had the game go all the way. The last one actually involved Niall Cullerton, a 4-3 loss to Mike Warburton.
Yeah, that wasn't a good game. I'm not going to sit here and say that it was. It wasn't. But it's a sign of the tension that has crept into this table and these
90.
fixtures over the last couple of
We
rounds.
require 134.
1-3-4 for Cullerton. Square up at 2-2. He had control of this leg against the throw, but he's somehow let it slip, and Fag is back with a 2-darter to
94.
open up a
Jeremy required
a
98.
two-leg lead.
Big shot. You've got to attack it.
60.
That's happened
Now we require
a few times this week at the bottom of the board. That one's far enough away to give him some clearance. It's still possible.
game
Right
shot
through the
four flag.
posts.
Niall Cullerton. Fifth leg, it's Niall to throw first. Game
Do you know if Niall Cullerton was on an NFL pitch, or field as they say, which position would he be? He'd probably be a linebacker. You wouldn't want to run into him. I wonder if he's going to go to that Pittsburgh Steelers game at Croke Park
41.
later in the year, which has been announced today. That's going to be an atmosphere.
Stop fishing for free tickets.
I'm not.
90.
I have not asked for a ticket for anything until this week.
Now it's a ticket to one of your exhibitions.
Steady on.
140.
Well, Cullerton there with that 140 cancels out the poor start. But what can Jeremy do by way of response? Fills it up.
180.
Just the Phillip.
Now, Jeremy does look like he's keeping a cool head out there, but that can be
83.
deceiving. Good use of the board. 2-3-1 is a
98.
really strange number, but you've got to know them well. You get a single 20, your next target is 19. You get a single 19, you can use the bull and the 25 to leave a finish. That's exactly what he was thinking. And now,
59.
133,
Jeremy require 133.
treble 19 might be needed.
Triple 19. Not to be, but it felt like that maximum just almost hit Noel
93.
Cullerton into somewhat of a submission in this particular leg. And it potentially could be the moment where the game of the group swings for Jeremy, because he breaks here, he's 3-2 up, he has the darts for the match.
98.
And if he wins this contest, he's on
Jeremy
to 10 points and he's in the
40.
equation. He takes on Jamie Kelling in the last match. Is he making his move at the perfect time? Big dart. One dart to double 10 is
Game shot on
found.
the fifth leg.
Jeremy Fagg gets the
Jeremy
break.
Fagg.
He leads 3-2 and now has the darts in his hand to complete a
Sixth leg,
4-2
it's
win,
Jeremy to throw
which would put him on
first.
to 10 points, and it would put him in the equation going into the final game. He'd have to beat Jamie Kelling And he'd have to most likely hope for Noel Cullerton to do him a favour against... Well, he's going to have to hope Noel Cullerton does himself a favour against Alexander Mashek.
100.
But for as long as you've got a hope, and in this crazy group, anything is possible.
100.
Well, let me put it this way. Mashek can only get to 12 points. Jeremy can get to 12 points. Mashek can win.
140.
But if Fag wins this game and his next one, he can still pip Mashek and Warburton to the post. The more you look at this table, the brighter it actually looks. But it's very dependent
60.
on what happens in this leg or the next one. To be sure, get it done now.
140.
He's doing his utmost to do that. Ton 140, 140, leaves himself on 121 after 9. Cullerton's got nothing by way of response.
I'll tell you why winning this leg is crucial.
96.
Because it would take him to plus 3.
121.
If Warburton loses, Fag is guaranteed to have a better leg difference going into his last match than Warby. There's a lot of ifs and buts and candy and nuts. This is strange, this table, and it's very engaging.
50.
He's had a couple of them slips. It probably isn't going to make too much of a difference unless Cullerton can fill it up. And he's not. So Jeremy Fag is 71 points away
81.
from giving himself
Jeremy
a chance
requires
going into
71.
the last round. Towards the line, he has got better. He's found what he needed, but he's missed the big number there. Is it
31.
academic?
No, you require
Was Cullerton got a
164.
164 when it matters?
Oh, come on. Well, that's actually not a bad dart. He was trying to catch the flight so it would skid into the 57.
96.
But what it does
Jeremy,
do
you
is present
require
Jeremy with another
40.
opportunity to win this match. Double top for 4-2 win. 2 10s. The
20.
width of a wire
No, you
away.
require 68.
You can sense the tension. And when his back was against the wall yesterday, at this stage of the day, he would deliver, and he hasn't this
no
time.
score.
Absolutely
Jeremy, you require
incredible.
20.
And so Jeremy gets another opportunity to win it here. And if he gets this double 10, it's anyone's guess going into the last round. 2 10s for 10 points.
No
It doesn't
score.
go, but Cullerton has to go back to the
No,
start
you
again.
require 68.
Jez has been too cautious. He was cautious on the double 19 in the previous leg. He was cautious on the double 10 there. Is going back to 68 too much to ask?
28.
This time,
Jeremy,
you got to throw
require
with
20.
authority.
Third bite. Double 5. One left in hand. Drag low.
15.
Never looked likely if the truth be
No,
told.
you require
And so Cullerton
40.
comes back to take us all the way. Incredibly.
Game shown the sick flag.
Darts,
Niall
it can
Cullerton.
crush you.
7th
This
and
is a
final leg is
situation.
Niall to
Saw
throw
the
first.
chin drop there of Jezza. You and I were talking off air this morning about Peter Wright in the Premier League final in 2017.
Game on.
He missed all the darts to win the championship. In the final leg of the contest, he was done. Van Gerwen went off like a train. And Peter Wright was never going to catch him.
85.
What Jeremy does now could actually define his next move in this sport. Can he respond
70.
Can you play when you feel broken?
And he has missed a lot of opportunities. 17 darts have evaded him at a double in this contest. He's completely outscored his opponent, but he's been unable to outfinish him.
$100.
Sensible. Keeping his line. You got one player here who's thoroughly under pressure and one that isn't.
Well, this
48.
has been let slip for Jeremy here.
Well, I thoroughly believe that if you are going to improve as a dart player, you need to be in these situations more. They make you feel sick, these situations. But in order to improve and to be more comfortable under pressure, you've got to go through this.
26.
It's all part and parcel of being a human being, trying to better other humans at something like this. Got to go for the bull.
91.
He did, but couldn't get. And you feel like there is still another twist in this tale. Both players setting up, but you feel like there's going to be drama right at the very end of this contest as we enter minute number 23 of it.
38.
He's still got a chance of getting out of this with 2 points.
Feels like one of those games where
60.
you don't feel like a player's going to win it. You feel like a player's going to blow the opportunity.
Jeremy already has. Were they the only shots he got? He might get one more chance and that's it.
88. Jeremy, you require 124.
For a ton plus checkout and 2 points to stay in the table, it's already gone.
What happened in leg 6, it feels like has defined what happened in leg 7. And so
38.
Niall Cullerton,
Now we require 64.
who himself will probably say he should have been deposed of in the previous leg, has got an opportunity to win the match here. 2 in his hand, a double 8.
Game shot and
Incredible.
the match.
Absolutely
Noel
incredible.
Cullerton.
Jeremy Vang had numerous opportunities to win that match and to keep his hopes alive. But defeat there to Niall Cullerton means that he is deposed of. And so it's 3 players looking for 2 spots. And we've got the guarantee of 1 making it through after the break. The winner, Mike Warburton and Sam Spivey, will go through. The loser will have to hang on to game 14. Are you ready to lift that trophy, Darius? Yes. Let's do it then. Ladies and gentlemen, your MODUS Super Series 9 champion is Lucky D, Darius Labanowski!
Well, what a wonderful night of darts we have seen, and we are ready. Our champion is ready, and it's trophy. So receive the trophy. £25,000. The new MODUS Super Series champion, the Terminator, Marvin Van Velzen. And one more time, the 8th MODUS Super Series champion, the Terminator, Marvin Van Velzen. And the new MODUS Super Series champion is Andreas Dirty Harrison. And one more time, the 7th MODUS Super Series champion. Give it up for Andreas Dirty Harrison!
The moment we've all been waiting for. Would you please show your appreciation for your Series 6 MODUS Super Series champion, Scott Taylor!
Time, your new MODUS Super Series champion. He is Chucky. He is Jim McEwen.
Ladies and gentlemen, your MODUS Super Series champion, retaining his title, the Nuke, Luke Littler! Here we go then, the final round of fixtures. What a big game we got coming up between Sam Spivey and Mike Warburton. This is why. Spivey and Warburton both on 12 points. Sam Spivey needs just one leg in this match to progress through to the final tomorrow. Mike Warburton needs to win to guarantee his place. So Alexander Mashek could really do with Sam Spivey doing him a bit of a favour in this 13th game of the session. So those are the permutations. Into the action we go. It's Spivey against Warburton, and it's going to be described in the company of myself, Henry Deacon, and the 2010 Players Champion, the asset Paul Nicholson.
So what you're saying, Henry, is if Warburton wins, for example, by 4 legs to 1, they will both go through. Be the same if it was 4-2 to Warburton, 4-3 to Warburton. But if Spivey wins, Mashek is waiting.
And because of the legs difference, it's any win for Sasha Mashek against Noel Cullerton that will do. You wouldn't need a scoreline, wouldn't need permutations. It'd just be simple winning you're in. But for Sam Spivey,
First leg, it's Mike to
it's
throw
one and
first.
done. That's all he
Game
needs
on.
to progress through to tomorrow's final. At a second attempt, he would be through to a second finals night. It's a good strike rate. And put it this way, there's good players that have played in this building that haven't had a strike rate like that.
140.
How much they know, we don't know. Here's ignorance bliss in this scenario.
85.
Yeah, definitely. But it's subjective because everybody is different. Some people want to know everything. Some people want to know nothing.
60.
Depends on experience as well. I was listening to Adam Mould last week in Group C. He knew everything that was happening. He knew how many times he had the darts on
99.
Friday. He knew how many points he needed. His leg difference situation. He was so aware of everything.
$100.
We heard from Conan Whitehead on Wednesday that some information had been relayed to the players upon request.
26.
So if you want to know what you've got to do to get through, there's a players marshal in the building who can tell you.
60.
If I needed one leg to qualify, I wouldn't want to know that. Imagine the pressure.
97.
You go 1-0 down. You go
Mike
2-0
can
down.
require
You're thinking, oh, well,
141.
the walls are closing in. Ignorance is better.
panic sets in quicker, even though it shouldn't. There's an opposite effect that comes to it. Well, Warburton is on the cusp of taking the first.
100.
Ton there, leaves himself on a single to double. Spivey, again, we don't know whether he knows or not. So we're only speculating as to how he's looking at this.
Warburton will know that he needs to win this game to qualify.
140.
That's one thing. It's really easy to figure out. It's been good on double 16.
Game shot on the first.
And I mean
leg.
really good.
Mike Warburton. Second leg, it's Sam.
I mean, this game was always going to be nervy and edgy, regardless of what the permutations are, because of the positions and what was at stake. And it's been played so far in that kind of sense.
100.
We shouldn't forget as well that Mike is playing his 25th game of the week. And he's not the most active of players. He doesn't play a great deal of tournaments. I'll tell you what he does do. He doesn't waste energy on stage.
140.
He's a very efficient player. Not just technically, but mentally as well.
He's been here so many times before that I think he's conditioned his body to play this amount of darts, to play the strenuous amount of matches that you have to in a Super Series week. Now at 2-0, if Sam Spivey knows he needs one leg, is this where the panic really does set in?
No, not really. He doesn't strike me as the kind of guy who does panic. If there was an asteroid coming to Earth, Sam strikes me as the kind of guy who would say, oh, all right then.
100. Sam, you require 170.
The fish is on offer for the man from the town of Scarborough, but he's not going to take it. And so Warburton here has got an opportunity to open up a 2-leg lead.
94.
He found the treble 18 with the last start. Leaves himself on 76.
This changed the last match he played. And he hit the bull.
96.
Not this time.
Sammy requires 76.
Just offline. And so Spivey comes back for 76 to square this contest up at one apiece. It's one dart at a blocked tops. What a dart. And that is the dart that sends Sam Spivey into a second finals night of the Super Series. Job done for Seaside Sam.
And it's all because Mashek can't catch him.
140.
It has nothing to do with Mike. It's about being in the top two.
He is now, Sasha Mashek, looking to get a Scarborough scarf because he needs Sam Spivey to win this match.
Yes, he does. And considering what Mashek has done today, he's played some of the best starts of the day. It would feel slightly harsh if he plays his last match and he can't qualify. But them's the breaks. Darts is not for the faint-hearted.
Warburton, knowing that he has to win this game, is digging in. Spivey's done his job. Warburton now has to do his. He's left himself an 81 after 9. 140 for Spivey, leaves himself on 161. But what can Warburton make of this? Glances over.
Treble 10's the shot. This is a little bit aggressive in another way. 26 left. He really doesn't want to give these guys a shot at big shots.
Mike Warburton.
You've got to respect it.
Fourth leg, it's Sam to throw first. Game.
He doesn't believe in new school counting, new school approach shots, or new school statistics that say that laying up means you're more likely to win the leg.
180.
He plays the game old school.
What a contest this is. What a contest it's becoming. It was an
100.
edgy, nervy first leg. And suddenly these two have come into life like horses in the Grand National as we approach the finishing posts. Hold on a second.
140.
Can I stop holding on now?
Yes, you can.
Thanks.
$100.
Well, both players are providing bursts, aren't they? Warburton in the last leg of a 12. Spivey,
41.
bit of a slip there, but he could have provided something similar.
He's afforded the slip because of the brilliant scoring in the first two visits.
100. Sam,
Look at the intensity.
140.
When he misses the 60 with dart 3. How has he got that in there?
100.
Answers on a postcard, if you please. That's definitely in the top 3 darts I've seen today.
But look at the pressure applied by
140.
Warburton.
Sam, you require 40.
If this doesn't go, Warby's on the scene. Surely that's an in-off. Double 10, clean bed. Found.
Game shot the
2-2.
fourth leg.
It's a best of 3. It doesn't
Sam
matter for Sam
Spivey.
Spivey. He's done his job. But Mike
Fifth
Warburton
leg, it's Mike to throw first.
needs to
on.
find 2 of the next 3 legs. Otherwise, he has to hope on Sasha Mashek having a massacre
60.
against Niall Cullerton in the next. Group C delivers in drama once again on a Friday afternoon, and it's delivering in
60.
bucket loads.
Did last week as well, didn't it? Jensen Walker, Adam Mould. They were the 2 that made it through, and they were in the final on Saturday night.
And this tends to be the route for Mike
57.
Warburton for a week. Group A doesn't quite go to plan. He then comes into Group C, gets through that, gets to the final. He's done it in his last 3 appearances here.
Well, you know how 29 is the least hit checkout on this stage?
83.
It's funny how a lot of people have won a week by playing 29 games. Because that's what you do if you're playing Group A, Group C, and on a Saturday night with the win.
60.
I've said to you so many times, if you get out of Group C, there's a profitability about doing it. Because you get more time to prepare for the finals on Saturday.
I think last week,
140.
when we finished late in Group B, that may have been the Achilles heel for the people qualifying through that group because their turnaround time was minimal. Finished at 2 in the morning.
60.
They had to be back in the building 14 hours later.
50.
As for Sam Spivey, he knows he's got 24 hours after this game to get ready for tomorrow night. Mike Warburton may have 24 hours, but he's possibly going to be made to wait if he loses this match. And Sam Spivey's threatening the break of throw. Warburton needs a treble here. Doesn't
60.
find it. It's 6 for
Sam,
Seaside
you
Sam
require
to move 3-2 to
160.
the good. 160 is what he's looking at, but not what he's going to get on this occasion. Now one of them leaves his favourite double 10. He'll take that as a second prize. But what has Warby got as a response? Realistically, you feel like he needs another. Doesn't get.
100.
Well, that's why you don't
Sam,
go
you
bull with the
require
last start.
60.
He wanted more. But tops blocked again. It really doesn't
Game
matter.
shot on the 5th leg. Sam
If
Spivey.
Sam Spivey was a free kick taker, he'd be hitting the inside of the
Fifth leg, it's
post
Sam to throw first.
and being nowhere near the wall. 3-2 up, and one more leg
Game
for
on.
him, and Warburton will have to wait and hope that Cullerton is his best friend.
Sam Spivey wins this leg. There's a distinct possibility Mike Warburton could be toast.
100.
He'd have to rely on Niall Cullerton to beat Sasha Mashek in the next. The one thing you never want is for your hopes to be relied upon another player,
60.
regardless of their league position. But if he wins the last two, then in this game, everybody's a winner. Because Spivey would be in, Warburton would be in, the last two matches would be dead
45.
rubbers.
Yeah, but Spivey doesn't care about that. He now has a very good chance of making sure that Mike Warburton is not the thorn in his side tomorrow.
100.
How many times have we seen it? You're in this situation where you've got a chance to get rid of somebody. If you don't do it now, they can come back tomorrow
60.
and bite you back. So if you think he's just going to roll over and have his belly tickle, think again.
As we mentioned of his previous records here, Mike Warburton is a player that if you can dispatch of now, get rid of him.
140.
But he's putting up a hard task here on Spivey. Against the throw, has taken the darts and looking to force a last leg decider.
125.
He's got 6 to do exactly that, but you feel like he's going to have to be perfect with these 6.
There could be trouble ahead now.
He's going through the mill of emotions in the background is Mike Warburton. He knows that he's
57.
let something slip
Mike, you
there, but
require
Spivey
141.
himself hasn't put tangible pressure on. He's done a much better out, but Warburton with the first poke to take us all the way. He's not going to get it. Spivey comes back. Only needs one treble to get a dart to the double for the match.
97. Sam, you require 114.
We have not seen a ton plus checkout on this stage since Warburton hit the 1-2-1 on the bull. This one could be to crush him.
94.
He survives for now.
Mike, you require 44.
Go back to double 16.
Game
So
shown the
trusty.
sick flag.
And if he gets a
Mike
chance
Warburton.
in the last leg shootout, he's got to leave 32.
7th and final leg.
It
It's Mike to
all
throw
comes
first.
down to this.
Game on.
Warburton free, Spivey free. The man from Scarborough's already through, but the man from Wrexham needs this leg to seal his place. If he doesn't, then he's relying on favours. He's already had a dart against him. Spivey has missed tops on the back of the 114 combination. Warburton kicks off 140. He's been given a reprieve and he's looking to make best use of it.
60.
It's been a good game. What we saw from Jeremy Fagg in the previous game, he had multiple visits to finish off Niall Cullerton. He could not do that. 6 legs into this one,
100.
Mike Warburton, under pressure, is doing that. That's the difference. Can you do it on a Friday afternoon when you really need to? So far,
123.
so good.
The only problem he's got is his opponent is doing something like Kawhi's against him.
Yeah, but Spivey doesn't have the darts.
100.
That look of Warburton is getting mean. Oh, it's another one of those crusher 180s at the end of a match.
161.
Where's he dug that from?
Is that the moment that crushes Mike Warburton? Okay, Spivey's on 138. He goes 25.
65.
He's given himself a 2-dart upon his return. That's been an
138.
Achilles heel at times this week. But is he going to get a look at it? Yes, he is.
He's performed to this point. His average is 96.
118.
He needs 96
Mike, you require 96.
to be in Saturday again. And you feel it's a shot he must hit.
There is no margin for error. He's going to get 2 in his hand. A double 18. 1 left. Double 9. Oh, it's the width of a
87.
wire away. but that could be the slender
Sam, you
margin
require
that separates Mike
20.
Warburton from Saturday night. Sam Spivey comes back for his favourite double 10 to beat Mike Warburton, and it means that he now has to rely on a win for Niall Cullerton against Sasha Mashek in the next. A relief on the face of Sam Spivey, heartbreak potentially for Mike Warburton. Mashek Cullerton's next.
To happen, he'd have to hit the 81, but how much pressure? Oh, we could have back-to-back 11 darters, Paul.
We could.
Paul,
100.
Ask and ye shall receive.
Tommy require 81.
Has to hit this by the looks of it. Double 12.
57.
Those two misses, added to the approach play of Labanauskas, mean that we could get our first hold of throw in the final. And that's what we get.
On the 5th leg.
A crushing 14-dart hold from Labanauskas.
6th leg, it's Tom to throw first.
Maybe the two biggest darts of this match were the darts at double 12 that missed.
special final. Fitting
100
for a very special week. And it's far from over.
I'm only going to say this once. A matter of just a few weeks back.
100
Dutch dart player at the Grand Slam averaged record numbers and didn't win a match. In the semis and final tonight, Tom Sykes is averaging over 106.
Combined.
And he could lose this tournament.
Old vessel moment. That was
36.
as unlucky as that turn there.
That's not what he wanted.
Oh, it's given an outside chance. I think it's minimum ton. 140 would, or 137, a two treble visit was that's what he wanted. Well, he wanted a 180, but after dart one, he's got to come down surely.
60.
Like that.
I don't mind it.
Two trebles in the same spot. Well, a 180 here would leave double four, and he loves it.
140.
Advantage Labanauskas. Firmly. Because championship darts, they are sitting in his left hand right now. And with his right hand, he could now become the Series 9 champion.
Game shot and the match, and the Series 9 MODUS Super Series champion, Darius Labanauskas!
Darius's darting dream has come true. He's called Lucky D, but there was nothing lucky.
Welcome back to the MODUS Super Series here on Pluto TV, where before the break, Sam Spivey beat Mike Warburton in a humdinger of a match. Both players averaging 96, but it was Spivey that won out by 4 legs to 3. So it means that for Sasha Mashek, any win here against Niall Cullerton will present him an opportunity of qualifying for finals night on his debut. He takes on Niall Cullerton, the player at the bottom of the group. He's only won 2 matches, but he won his last match against Jeremy Fagg by 4 legs to 3.
First leg.
Well, it's been a dramatic afternoon. The last game epitomised the drama that we've seen in this Group C. But come the end of this game, we will know how the battle lines will be drawn going into
95.
tomorrow night's final, live from 7:30 p.m. on Pluto TV worldwide.
$81.
How would you like a little bit of perspective here, Henry?
Please.
The best average that Niles had today was his first game, and it was 80.18. For the 4 games that Sasha's played here, he's averaging 92.45.
100.
That's probably why Warburton left the stage thinking, that's that then.
But the last time Sam Spivey played in the group, we had a
100.
dramatic upturn in events where Tavis Dudney, who was propping up the group, beat Conor Heenahan dramatically. And that sent Johnny Haynes through in a scenario where Johnny Haynes
60.
literally headed back on a train to Swindon. He was literally on the train.
But look at this start.
100.
Ice cold. And he's got the throw.
Now Cullerton looks like he's just lacking in belief.
45.
Sasha Mashek is probably
Alexander
begging
Require,
belief
81.
that he's got this opportunity.
He'll just lay up.
49.
Very well done. Warburton will be livid with himself, but that game that he's just had with Spivey was, for me, the game of the week. The circumstances,
95. Alexander Require, 32.
the finishes, the efficiency, the averages are both 96. Nothing to be ashamed of.
16. Now we require
Hang on a minute.
120.
Wasn't expecting Mashek to miss that.
Treble for tops. Doesn't go. Mashek is going to get another opportunity at double 8
43.
to take
Alexander
the opening
Require,
leg.
16. Game
No
shot on
mistake
the
that
first
time.
leg.
Usually,
Alexander
he doesn't
Mashek.
need a second invitation to the party. And if you're
Second leg
hoping
is
that that
Niall to throw
invitation
first.
extends to
Game
Saturday night. He's 1 up. 3 more needed.
$58.
The last game that we have between Jeremy Fagg and Jamie Kelling, it will be to see who finishes 4th. Curiously, they've got the same points
95.
and the same leg difference going into that last match. 8 points each. All square leg difference each.
$78.
And there will be something on that because the further up the table you are, the more you are compensated for your efforts. This could still be the week. On debut that Mashek
140.
cashes a lot of Czech krona.
The check could be in the post come Sunday. They still post checks?
Some people probably still do.
100.
Chris Tarrant, wasn't it? Who Wants to Be a Millionaire? Don't want to give you that.
Yeah, because he wanted to give you something bigger.
139.
Well, Mashek looking at the 127. He's had a couple of biggies today, the 108 and the 138 in his game against Jeremy. That was a match which saw 3 ton plus checkouts.
133. Alexander Require, 127.
Triple 19 would have left the ball. Cullerton will be looking at a couple of them.
59. Now we require 132.
The shot is dead. Even Bobby Ewing couldn't come back from that one.
96. Alexander requires 68.
This is for a break of throw. It's double 16.
36.
He probably hasn't felt
Now we
pressure
require 36.
like this in singles for a while.
Well, so Cullerton, there's no pressure and no
Game
problem
shot
on the
second
double
leg.
18.
Niall
Whenever we are at
Cullerton.
1-1, and suddenly Mike Warburton
Third leg is Alexander to throw first.
may
Game
feel
on.
a little bit more belief that he may well just sneak him through the back door.
60. 140.
I'll tell you what is a bright spark. Something that maybe Cullerton and Warburton will cling to. The one win he got yesterday was in this round.
140.
And it was in match 14. When he beat Jamie Kelling by 4 legs to 3, doing some heroic stuff at the end. And he did get his best average of the day in that match.
66.
Not getting his kicks, but that will be a kick. Those couple of triple ones there. Just when it looked like he could make some inroads on the Mashek throw, he's opened up the door for the check, and he has flung it wide open.
$65.
Interesting play.
$85.
That's a forward-thinking play, that one. Because if he's trebleless here, he can still leave 170 or better. Well, he's not trebleless.
Alexander,
But he stayed straight and he did get the slightly better out. This one will make Alexander better off.
76.
What happens next?
130.
Mashak is set poised, but Cullerton should get a dart from here. It's the bull.
95. Alexander
Mashak comes back.
40.
Warburton would have hoped for a second, but his hope might be extinguished a little bit further if the check can find tops. It's double 10. Crucial
30.
misses
Niall, you
at the worst possible
35.
time, and Cullerton has now got an opportunity at the outer ring to break. He's had a dart at the bull. He has 2 in hand, a double 16.
3.
Wow. First
Alexander,
start
you
wasn't great.
require
The next
10.
one was much better. But it wasn't close enough for any sort of comfort. Too safe. And where have we seen
No
that before?
score.
From
Niall,
Jeremy
you require
Fagg in
32.
game number 12 against Cullerton.
To punish. 1 left. If you're Mike Warburton, you can hardly watch this right now.
But he hit a double 8 like this yesterday.
No score.
This is heart in mouth
Alexander,
time.
you require 10.
Mashik double 5. Can he hold it together? Can he nudge it just below? Good luck. Good
Game
finds.
shot on the
All
third
things
leg.
considered. That's superb.
Alexander Mashek.
Take it further. That's
Full flag
3
is Niall to
very
throw
well
first.
thrown darts. They were
Game
all so close to the target. The third one obviously being in. But dart 1, dart 2, so close. Might have been a bit defensive on the previous visit at double 5, but he wasn't there.
180.
You can feel it. This one's going the distance.
This has got last leg drama just like the last.
85.
Cullerton is going to make Mashik work for it if he's going to get through.
$139.
There's nothing else to say, is there?
140.
This is just a pure knockout game. Where it's Alexander pretty much playing himself.
100.
All he's got to do is own this game. And Saturday will be his. Sounds so simple. But when pressure's on,
60. Now we require 82.
your extremities, your body, your mind can go to mush.
And Cullerton here has found a purple patch. This is a potential 11 darter.
50.
But he is going to come back. Plenty of time on side to level this game up again. all gone with throw so far, which may not be a bad thing later on for Sasha.
Yeah, but the pressure's on him.
32.
Not on Niall. Keeps missing on the outer ring of that bottom left corner.
No
Keeps
score.
missing left as well.
Alexander, you require 160.
Well, this would hurt.
Yeah, but who would it hurt?
Hang on, Warby. Hang on a second. Sasha Mashek with another timely ton plus checkout to break the throw at Niall Cullerton. And he's now throwing for a place in the final tomorrow night.
Game on.
That's a sickener.
85.
To win 3 legs from here is asking an awful lot.
43.
Because yes, Mike Warburton right now is feeling pretty sick. But imagine how Niall is feeling. He's just trying to win a dart match.
60.
Even without the exterior circumstances, missing 2 visits at double 16, it really hurts. And to see your opponent take out a ton plus finish like that, it shouldn't physically hurt, but it does.
81.
Penny for the thoughts of Mike Warburton right now, but Sasha Mashek now looks as if he's making that push, that foot on the throttle move towards the finishing line.
140.
Yeah, this is deadly. It's not to the same degree we've seen from him all day, but he's laid the groundwork to give himself a chance. And maybe you do need a little bit of fortune. 2 missed starts to qualify for Warby. 1 at double 18, 1 at double 9. And then the door was left ajar.
60.
And Niall is running out of bullets.
22. Alexander, you require 156.
This could be the beginning of the end. This could be the beginning of the victory parade for Sasha Mashek. He's got 6 and 156 to confirm his place into tomorrow night's final and to deny Mike Warburton had darts in the previous match against Sam Spivey his opportunity to make it through. He's going to come back and he should have 2 at tops.
He's only 3 from 16 on the outer ring in this game. But it's not about the amount of attempts he's had.
57.
It's the amount of hits he's getting.
Require
He only needs 1 more.
This is Mashek's moment. Double top. 10s.
40.
Clips the wire, but he has got time.
He thinks the game is over because the H2O is gone.
Well, Mike Warburton had opportunities to beat Sam Spivey to make this situation impossible. Masic for the match and for a place in tomorrow night's final. Sasha Masic is into Saturday night. The Czech is through to the big Czech night. A 4-1 success against Niall Cullerton. Jeremy Fagg and Jamie Kelling rounds off this group next. Are you ready to lift that trophy, Darius? Yes. Let's do it then. Ladies and gentlemen, your MODUS Super Series 9 champion is Lucky D, Darius Labanowski!
Well, what a wonderful night of darts we have seen, and we are ready. Our champion is ready, and it's trophy. So receive the trophy. £25,000. The new MODUS Super Series champion, the Terminator, Marvin Van Velzen. And one more time, the 8th MODUS Super Series champion, the Terminator, Marvin Van Velzen. And the new MODUS Super Series champion is Andreas Dirty Harrison. And one more time, the 7th MODUS Super Series champion. Give it up for Andreas Dirty Harrison.
The moment we've all been waiting for. Would you please show your appreciation for your Series 6 MODUS Super Series champion, Scott Taylor?
One more time, your new MODUS Super Series champion. He is Chucky. He is Jim McEwen.
Ladies and gentlemen, your MODUS Super Series champion, retaining his title, the Nuke, Luke Littler! Here we go to the final game of the group. It's Jamie Kelling taking on
First
Jeremy
leg, it's
Fagg.
Jeremy to throw first.
And
Game
we are
on.
straight into the action. Before the break, Sasha Mashek securities plays through at the expense of Mike Warburton with a 4-1 victory. So Sasha is in, Spivey is in.
100.
This a final game of the group for Jeremy Fagg and Jamie Kelling.
There you see it.
50.
Spivey, Mashek and Warburton, the top three. But it is Alexander that goes through on leg difference. Legs one is the same. It was close.
60.
And I tell you what's really interesting as well. If you look at what they've done today, Spivey, Warburton, Mashek,
93.
all win 3 from 5. And their leg difference for the day, identical at +3. So they've all done exactly the same.
100.
And that leads me on to this game here, where Kelling and Fagg have both got 8 points in 4th and 5th position in the table. And they've both got
55.
an all-square leg difference. It's another tie. But this is the tie-breaker. Whoever wins will finish 4th.
100.
Earlier in the week, Jeremy was using these barrels on Monday. He would change
85. Jeremy Rock
late on Monday to the ones he's been using ever since. But this he sees as an opportunity to see how they perform in his last game of the week before he will go back to Queensland.
83.
Before he makes the very long flight back home to Australia.
50. Jeremy require 58.
He'd love to aim with a win. He's 58 points away from taking the first leg. Double top. And it goes.
Game's on the
Jeremy
first
leads
leg.
by a leg to nil.
Jeremy Fagg. Second leg is Jamie to throw first.
We've got
Game-
more Aussies playing next week. We announced that last night. Brandon Wheeling is playing on Monday morning in Group A. And Mason Whitlock will play it
77.
next Thursday and Friday.
And a Simon Whitlock Tungsten talk once we're done as well. Here on Pluto TV. Well, we have seen an Australian hit a 9-darter in Mason Whitlock in this building before.
Yeah, I'm sure Mason's communicated that to his dad plenty of times. Have I done something there that you haven't? There's a bit of banter there, I'm sure.
No joking around here, though.
Not at all. What a goodbye present this would be.
57. Jeremy require 141.
Oh, Jezza, you tease. But look at the quality of this game.
105.
He's on for a 10.
Should have used these earlier, Jeremy.
Such an easy thing to say.
140.
We didn't win a game with them earlier in the week.
36.
Double 9.
18.
He might have his
Jamie
pocket
require
pinched here.
127.
He's not going to pick it up.
87. Jeremy
He's the man from
require
Andover.
18.
And the leg is
Game
over.
on the second leg.
It's 2-0 to the
Jeremy
Australian, but if
back.
there's one person in this field
The leg is
who knows
Jeremy
about
to throw
losing
first.
2-0 leads,
Game
it's Jamie Kelling. Now, I know why these
27.
barrels didn't work earlier in the week. Because they don't go with the flights.
58.
These darts are called a Valhalla. They are a dart that have a heavier grade of tungsten at the bottom and a lighter grade at the back. You see the red ring in the middle? That's where it's knitted together with fusion. So it's pretty much 2 darts in one. The amount of R&D that went into that dart, we're talking 3 or 4 years. It's a very complex piece of equipment.
$46.
Well, it's only fallen the 13 darts. It's all just fallen off the pace a little bit for Jeremy. And he's allowed Jamie an opportunity to break back.
83. $100.
It's a great deal of experience that he's garnered from this week, Jezza. 25 more games in the bank. But unfortunately, it's the same as the last time he was here. Didn't get through
68.
Group A. Didn't get through Group C. As long as he leaves with positivity, this will be a good experience, even though he hasn't
58. Jamie
pressed
require
forward.
152.
Both players on a big out. Kelling first poke. Not going to take the 152. Well, Jeremy will be
82.
heading
Jeremy
overseas
require
following the completion of this match. But is he going to leave us with a big fish? No is the answer. So Kelling back for 70 to cut the gap down in half.
They get some proper
90.
big fish up in
Jamie
Queensland off the
requires
coast of there. Including sharks.
Game shown the third leg.
Well, if Jamie was going fishing
Jamie
there,
Kelling.
he got that hook, line and sinker.
Fourth leg is Jamie to throw first. Game on.
You do like a bit of fish and chips over in
58.
Australia. Did you know that? But they don't do things like haddock and cod. Different fish over there.
So what would you have on a Australian
58.
fish and chips?
Depends how fancy you want to go, really. Bit of Coley. Bit of barramundi.
58.
Australian cuisine is very much influenced by Asia.
99.
I don't think any country in the world encompasses fusion better than Oz.
74.
The influences of Vietnam and Thailand, the indigenous stuff of Australia and New Zealand. Fascinating stuff.
140.
Is Kelling beginning a bit of a revival here?
125.
He's posed the question, Jeremy. Yes, he has 6 to move 2 clear again, but if he makes a mishap of this, Kelling is right on his shoulder.
140.
He threw that third dart with real gumption. Maybe if he'd thrown at that double 10 that he missed a few times like that, he could have hit it. Easy for us to say, though. Pressure's off. And he's playing beautifully.
Four flag, Jeremy Fag. Fifth flag is Jeremy to throw first. Game on.
So Jeremy 3-1 to the good. Has the darts here to complete the win.
$60. $100. $100.
I'm sure the emotions for Jezza right now are mixed. Disappointment. Happy that he's playing well in this game, and I'm sure he's enjoyed his experience this week. He'll be sad that it's ending. He has been the better player in this game. Jamie's starting to look a little flat.
$80.
6 starts from 201, and that's minimum.
96.
He's picking off those trebles very, very well indeed. Averaging 94 in this game, Jeremy. And Jamie needs another treble to leave a finish. Or does he go to the 18s? Of course he does.
Jeremy, 105.
He's still got his head screwed on. But it is a match start for Jeremy Fag.
73. Jamie, 134.
Doesn't get the tops.
94. Jeremy,
and this could be a parting shot for the Australian. Straight to the hockey and straight in the bed. And with that 4-1 victory, Jeremy Fag leaves us for a third time. Unfortunately, it is no Saturday night for him. Same goes for Jamie Kelling. 86.65 his average, with 100% on the doubles, admittedly. But Jeremy with a really good 93 performance and 50% for him. He gets 4th position on 10 points, and Jamie will have to settle for 8. Well, Saturday night is not that far away. We've only got one more session tonight to see who will join the likes of Conan Whitehead and Alexander Mashek and Sam Spivey. And if you want to be here, this is how you find out.
Well, it's been a dramatic afternoon here at the MODUS Super Series. We thought at the beginning of the day that things were going to be tight, and it ended up being exactly that way. Let's talk you through the story then of how it all unfolded. It began with a 4-3 win for Jeremy Fagg against Sam Spivey. We thought that maybe the man from Scarborough could find himself in a little bit of trouble, but then he would win his next couple. 4-2 against Jamie Kelling, 4-0 against Niall Cullerton. But Sasha Mashek and Mike Warburton very quickly established themselves as the players are going to keep the closest running. We got rid of Kelly, we got rid of Jeremy Fagg in round 4 of the day. It then meant going into the final round of fixtures that it was a 3-horse race. Sam Spivey needed just 1 leg. He got the better of Mike Warburton 4-3. Warby missing 2 darts at a double to go through. He had to win that match to head through. And so then he needed Niall Cullerton to get the better of Sasha Mashek. Well, Sasha will go through by 4 legs to 1 to book his place through to the final. This confirmation then of what we've seen this afternoon. Sam Spivey, top of the table on 14 points. For the second time he's played in a Group C scenario, he has won the group. Sasha Mashek on 12 points, beating Mike Warburton on legs different. Jeremy Fagg on 10 points, narrowly missing out. Jamie Kelling, well, he had hope at the beginning of the day, but it evaporated towards the end, whilst Niall Cullerton will perhaps be disappointed with the way things have gone. So that is how the league table looks on what has been a dramatic Friday here at the Live Lounge in Port. So plenty coming up on Pluto TV. Coming up following the conclusion of this broadcast, we'll have Tungsten Talk with Simon Whitlock. He caught up with his old World Cup teammate Paul Nicholson to talk about his career and times and perhaps what the future is going to hold for the Wizard in the sport. Then after that, I caught up with Phil the Power Taylor in the latest edition of the Tungsten Talk. He spoke about his career, his life, his times, and how he catapulted himself to stardom by winning 16 world titles. Well, from one star that transformed the sport to another, Luke Littler, 1 year on. It's amazing to think there's 18 months, well, just over a year ago, 18 months ago, I'm getting a bit ahead of myself, that he made it through to the world final, lost out to Luke Humphries. 1 year on, he'd get the better of Michael van Gerwen in the final. We'll chart his progress in 2024 in the latest edition of our documentary series. That is from just past 9 o'clock here on Pluto TV. Right, let's have a look at the tournament bracket, because there is one more session of darts to go today. Conan Whitehead won Group A on Wednesday afternoon. Sam Spivey and Alexander Mashek winning through Group C this afternoon. Tonight, Lee Cox, Ronan McDonough, Carl Sneed, Charlie Large and Gary Mawson will all go toe-to-toe in Group B. It is Ronan, Carl and Charlie who are all on 6 points in the group. Lee Cox is 4 points back on 2. Gary Mawson didn't win a match last night. He'll be looking to do that this evening. So that is what's coming up this evening from 10 o'clock here on Pluto TV. Then all eyes will be on the finals. Tomorrow night, 7:30, we kickstart on Pluto TV. But it's been a dramatic afternoon here at the Live Lounge in Portsmouth. Sam Spivey went off as the player at the top of the table, the player to beat in terms of the group, and no one could stop him at the top of the group. He's through to finals night for a second time, but a dramatic ending sees the man from Czechia, Sasha Mashek, making it through to the finals at the expense of the experienced campaigner Mike Warburton. From all of us here, thank you so much for your company. We'll see you at 10 o'clock for Group B. Thank you for watching. Take care. Bye-bye for now.
What a finish! What a man! The drum roll finishes.